Hey, what's up? This is your girl Diamond. I am going live like I do every Friday at 7. Well, 7:30 now, but oh. So yes, I go live every Friday and I usually have some type of theme or topic to talk about, but today I'm going to tell a story. I got a story to tell y'all. And yeah, that's what we're going to do. I have the chat set to where it is subscribers only. That just keeps us safe from foolery, from people coming in and being disrespectful in the chat. So if you want to participate next time, you need to be a subscriber. Hey, CL. Hey, Miss Polk. How are you? Um, this is a story. I'm going to tell y'all a story, and it's going to be a long story, but it's a story. Y'all like stories. Um, hey Jay, what's going on with y'all? How have y'all been? We love your story times. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is going to be about how shady the girls are. Y'all may have heard parts of this story. Y'all have heard parts of this story, but I need to piece some stuff together and add some parts so y'all can understand different things that I've talked about. Um, yeah, it's going to be about how shady the girls can be, how the trade can lead to you getting, they can get you together. You can learn a lot from a dummy. Um, and how, sometimes they're just not worth it. They're not worth it. And then, yeah, it's, the girls can be real spicy. Some parts of the story I know because I was there and participated in the the scenario. Some parts of the story I'm going to tell you from the way I heard it from other people, multiple people in the scenario. So yes, thank you, Miss Polk. Hey, Time. Give some folks a chance to come on in. What's been going on with y'all? How y'all feeling? Are y'all hydrated? Are you eating good? I tried a new drink out. This is a strawberry milk drink. This motherfucker is strong. It's not nasty, but it's real sweet. I put some ice in there to kind of water it down. Motherfucker strong as hell. Hey, Racer, welcome for participating. I have a lot going on this weekend. We have got a fundraising gala to go to tomorrow for U of H, and then got to go to Austin on Sunday for tent the Transgender Education Network of Texas. This is their 15-year anniversary, and they are having a a tea party in Austin. So I gotta go to Austin Sunday. And then I don't know what's going on Monday. Monday is just something's going on Monday too. So this is just a board meeting. So I have a lot going on this weekend. Good stuff, nothing bad. Good stuff, but yeah. All right. Happy Friday, Ray. How are you? All right, it's been 6 minutes. All right, make sure as you come in, you thumbs up if you have not. Um, if you are new here, make sure you thumbs up. If you learned something, make sure you thumbs up. If you are entertained, make sure you thumbs up. Let me see. How do I start this? Hey AJ, how are you? So, picture it, Sicily. Nah. 1992. So when you come into the scene, like the queer scene, um, it's kind of like Alice in Wonderland, honey. You know how when Alice went down the rabbit hole, she ran into a bunch of people, some crazy ass people like the Queen of Hearts, smoking. Was it a smoking caterpillar or smoking walrus? Which one was smoking? Was a caterpillar smoking? Cheshire cat smiling and grinning in your face. Hey, Angela, Andre. Um, some people were helpful, some people were not. The Mad Hatter and even the rabbit she's chasing, the caterpillar is smoking hookah. Yes. So she just met a bunch of, you know, interesting characters. And so it's similar to that. You meet a bunch of interesting characters. And when I mean the scene, sometimes and when I mean the scene, I mean like the clubs, the queer culture, like house parties that's for queer people, um, gay clubs, certain parts of the city that are gay, gay stuff. It's the culture, baby. I don't like to say it's not necessarily even like your parks where the niggas be cruising and having sex in the bushes. That shit is a part of gay culture. It's the dark side, the negative side, but that shit is a part of culture. And there's positive stuff too, like the IG groups, the not IG. We had something in our city called IYG. Um, in Indiana Youth Group. I think that's what it's called. Different groups where it's specific for queer kids to find support and to find community, stuff like that. It runs the gamut, just like the cisgender straight people. It runs the gamut. It's like, you got the dark side of the culture, that's drugs and sex and da da da. And then you got the positive side of the culture. That's like, the clubs and I want to say the clubs is like a mixture of both, honey, because they be sucking dick and giving a butt in the bathroom and doing coke and doing lines. But we were also getting our hormones from our drag queen friends, paying them $20 to shoot some estrogen in our butts. That's positive. It was a time. It was a time. All of this is a part of the culture. Um, and so And so sometimes you're coming in and you have friends. I personally have friends. Sometimes you're coming in alone and you kind of got it. You don't have anybody. Luckily, all my friends were young, my same age, and we were kind of we just started milk, and we kind of getting silicone done in the dressing room. Amen. Living on the edge. um, and sometimes you have your friends to guide you, and y'all kind of like, I don't think this is bad. I don't think this is good. I don't think you should do this, or whatever. Or you could be by yourself and you're kind of navigating the landmines alone. Um, but one of the things that are kind of like once you come in, you learn that you can have like a family. So, and this isn't necessarily, I know the family thing because of, the popularity of the ball scene. That wasn't everywhere in the country. That was really specific to certain places, particularly New York. Um, Not saying that there weren't events and balls and stuff like that happening in other places, but that kind of, for from my perspective as a teenager growing up in Indiana, I didn't start learning about that stuff until the 2000s. I heard about names and houses, but ball in Indiana, it wasn't big like it was in New York. And so we had um Tribeca and Onassis. We had certain houses, certain little family cliques that had little names, but it wasn't like it was in New York. You feel what I'm saying? So I want to make that very clear. But it was these little cliques that were clicked together, different people, and there was different people that kind of overlap in the clique. You feel what I'm saying? In the different cliques. Um, there was Fort Wayne was that I Fort Wayne has none that I know of. Yeah. So, but if you have a community, then there's people that kind of click together that are friends and not necessarily calling themselves a house. Because even though we didn't call ourselves a house, we had a clique of friends, and we always had. It's funny in the beginning, we all had Styles as a last name, and we had letters that starts with D. House of Styles was our clique of people. We all all our name. I was Diamond Stylz. Ty was Deja. Her name now, her drag name now is Deja Opulent Mirage. But we were it was LaDonna Styles. We had a bunch of Styles. Don, D, and Styles. So as of now, I'm the only one who still has my original name. But my original name was Summer. Did I tell y'all that? My very, very first name that I was gonna be was Summer. But Diamond was just Diamond. Diamond was just my name, so Diamond was it. But my original name was gonna be Summer. That was felt real biracial suburban. But I feel like I went to C Players Club and was like, nope, I'm gonna be Diamond. I'm gonna be Lisa Ray. No. So there was there was there was this like push for you to. How old was I when I was like a teenager. When did Players Club come out? I was a teenager. I probably was like 15, 16. When did it come out? Somewhere a teenager. I definitely was at the gay club. That wasn't why my name was Diamond. Um so there was a push when you come into the club, when you come into the club scene and you start meeting people, especially people who may be slightly older than you or who've been in the game um longer. When you come in a scene and you look halfway decent, bitches will be trying to get you to be their daughter. Now, bitch, I had a mama, and my mama didn't abandon me, ho. So this is how I felt when I was young. I was like, bitch, I don't need no fucking mama. Bitch, why you need to be my mama? I have a mama. That was in my brain when people would be like, oh, you need to be my daughter, bitch. No, I have one mama. That's my mama. So being somebody telling me they want me to be their daughter, I was like, child, get out of my face, girl. Like that's how my brain went. I was like, so there was these I want to say four older girls. And when I say older, I mean when I'm in my teens, they are either in their 20s, early 20s, or early 30s. They were in their early 30s, late 20s, early 20s, or early 20s. So basically, within older than 5 years, but nothing older than I don't think older than 10 or 15. My first gay mothers were 6'1" butch queens with low cuts and beards. So also that is a cultural difference that has changed over time. So when we were young, we were kind of the changing generation. When I was young, a butch queen, like a gay boy, could be your mother. Like it was something that was a common thing. Now I don't see that as kind of common now. I don't really see that. I don't want to say it doesn't exist at all, but it usually your mom is gonna be trans now. Um, but when we were growing up, sometimes your mom would be a butch queen, especially the generation that came up in like the 80s and you know, they had those pray tell type of characters in the 80s, and you know, your mom might be a butch queen. So for me, I didn't really. And Ty, tell me if you agree or you disagree with this. When I came in our city, and I started to notice this as I was becoming more traveled. Our city was ran by the girls. It was not run by the butch queens. The girls were the queens. The girls were the queen, the movers and shakers in the city that was moving the city culture forward. It was the girls, the trans girls. Was there butch queens around? Yes, but they weren't pushing the culture like we was pushing the culture. When we come in a space, we rock the scene. It was a whole different thing. Whereas when I look at other cities that I would come to, the butch queens was kind of running the butch queens were kind of running the scene. Like when I moved to Mississippi, the butch queen was running the scene. When I would go to Detroit, when I would go to Chicago, the girls were kind of secondary. Where in our city, the girls was like the queens, like they were the ones. And so me having a butch queen as a mama would never happen. That never would have happened because butch queen girls, I'm one of the girls. What do you mean? If I'm gonna have a mama, it's gonna be one of the girls. And so I remember I went to Betty Boop's. Betty Boop's is one of the first clubs I ever been to. And one time these girls was in there, and that's why I called the title of this video "The Fate and Fury." So if you know anything about like the mythology um and like Shakespeare. There are there like the three witches in Macbeth, the Furies and the Fates, and it's always like three women, and so that's why I kind of titled it this, because it's kind of this these these three girls kind of were prophetic, or it felt like fate. Shit happened in the way that it did. So I went to I went to the club, and I was at this point I was by myself. Was I with Bella, or was I wasn't with Ty. I think I was with Bella. Was it Bella and Mikey? I wasn't with Ty. This is Bella and Mikey. Um yeah, it was Bella and Mikey. So Mikey is a butch queen. Tall. Bella, she's trans, but at this point, she ain't she would go to the club. I met her as a boy, but she had one of the few mothers who was like, her mother name was Cherie, and that was like accepting. Like she could go to the store and steal clothes and wear clothes and be that girl. Like she was one of the ones who they mom. I had the freedom because I was in a group home, but she had the freedom because her mom was like, if you steal some shoes, steal me some too. You steal a dress, steal me some too. You steal some wigs, steal me some too. She was very that kind of mom. So she was a mom that was accepting, but as soon as she get mad, honey, she misgendering. um so we would go, sometimes we would tip in Betty Boops or whatever. So we tipped, me, Mikey, and Bella tipped in Betty Boops, and these three older girls was in there. There's four of them, but these three, they were like a clique. And then it was the other one. So the other one, her name is Stacia. Stacia is like 20 something. She may be like 22, 23, somewhere in her early 20s. These other ones was they weren't she wasn't in a clique like that. She knew them, but she wasn't in a clique like that. But this clique of girls is Sandra, Sizzle and Sandra, um, Christine, and Reissi. So let me describe them. So Sizzle and Sandra, how do I describe Sizzle? Sizzle is a portly girl. Um, kind of light brown. I would consider like a light, uh, kind of, kind of light brown. Um, I really enjoyed her drag performance. So she would be in drag a lot. She would be performing, and I really enjoyed her drag performance because she usually do like old school soul shit. And I just live for her drag performance. She's a sickening, so I live for her. She's one of them girls that when they come in on the stage, you don't mind watching them. They gonna give you a show. They have a stage presence. I like her. Um, Christine. Christine is a type of girl who the clients will live for because she got a cute face, but she hard. Like her face, even her face is hard, but it's cute. Hard, like she work out, strong arms, no titties, chest. You can tell that it's fake titties. You can't see them, but you can tell that that ain't her real titties because all you see is flatness right here, and then the protruding. You literally can see that it's just a man chest right there that she done put some makeup on. But her arms is like cut as fuck, and her jawline is like, ooh, ooh. But her face is cute. But if you see her, you know that this is a trans. She's strong. She's not really tall. Um, she just looks like a pretty brick. She looks like, like she gets up in and she's strong as hell. Nobody, hips small, boy, thick thighs. Just that this is a trans. Like it's just clear. The third one is Reissi. Now ugh, Reissi is fish. Fish. Reissi. I think the most clockiest thing about Reissi is two clocky things about Reissi that were easily fixed. You see what I'm saying? Like, so most of the time she would get them together, but if you see her on an off day, you'd be like, ooh. So, two things about Reissi. Reissi, she needed to be painted because sometimes that blue beard, she was a light-skinned girl. And honey, if she didn't shave close enough, baby, it was giving that like shadow, baby, that 5 o'clock. You'd be like, oh, baby, you need to get your base together, which it usually was together. But sometimes it was, girl, I can't tell you ain't got no makeup on today. And then she had an interesting hairline. It started to recede. So if her hair was done in a certain way, confidence bangs or swoop or something, if her hair was done in a certain way to cover up that hairline and that makeup was on right, sickening. Actually, at that point in my life, she was one of the most sickening as far as passable girls that I saw so far, except for this other girl named Brandy. Brandy was passable, but she was passable in that kind of regular hood girl way. And I hadn't met Miss Ridley yet. Miss Ridley was a Dauphine, older Dauphine, but I hadn't met her hair. She had hair in it, was just her hairline because she had Tracy. Yes, her hair was really out. Yeah. Reissi hair was really long too. Her own hair was long, but it just was the hairline because she had super long hair and thick, pretty hair, but it just, that hairline was giving Herman Munster. So the grandfather, Grandpa Munster. Um, so I'm showing my age because y'all know I know y'all, anybody in my age, know the Munsters. Um, so it was real spicy. But if she covered that up and she got her makeup on, she was sickening because she had these big old pretty soft titties. They were soft and jiggly and they just looked love. She didn't have a big back. She was kind of thicker in the thigh. And she was like thicker where it looked more feminine. She just was way more feminine than the other two. She was just way more fish. She just was. And when she was done, she wasn't the type of girl who was overly painted. She would get that beard taken care of, but it wouldn't be too much. That's another thing. I grew up in a city where being too much will get you clocked. You got to be wash face. Like that was the goal, to be wash face, or at least look like you wash face. You couldn't be all highlighted, contoured, and all the shit that kind of is normal now with the cisgender girls. That was not normal. It wasn't normal with it wasn't normal with the cisgender girls. So the girls weren't painting with makeup and shit. They barely was wearing red lipstick in the 90s. It was like, ooh, whore red. And especially, in conservative places, that wasn't really, it just wasn't a tea. So you had wearing wigs would get you clocked, wearing makeup would get you clocked because none of the girls would do it. Even having implants would get you clocked because none of the cisgender girls was having that shit in Indiana. You had to be you had to be real regular because the bitches in the city was real regular. That's just what it was. Any extras? Yeah, any extras, makeup was for the stage. Yes, any extras, That shit will get you clogged. Which is so gaggy now because all the girls are wearing wigs now. But baby, you try to trick the train, you get to gobbling that meat, and he get to filling your head and fill it's a wig, clocks. You got a wig on? Clocks. Wearing wigs was clocks, baby. You could not do that. You had to have your own hair, or at least have your hair coming out and have the half wig, um, clipped in the front and your hair coming over it. You had to use something. The girls went with even like lashes wasn't even popular. Um Sew-ins, yes. Sew-ins, you could do sew-ins, yeah. Sew-ins, but sew-ins got real popular late 90s, early 2000s, definitely early 2000s. They got real popular. But it was more roller wraps and French rolls and where you got the track weave in, but it ain't really sewed in. You got it in and you kind of gluing it in, or I don't know what was going on in the other city, but it was very ponytail updo. Yes. Roller wraps, you was getting your hair rollered and roller wraps, braids, of course, because Brandy and Poetic Justice, braids, of course. If you could pull off a short hair, Ty could always pull off short hair. If you could pull off short hair, you can give a Jada Pickett, thumbs up if you here listening. So you can get it. Just was the 90s. The 90s you was giving you giving real hair. It wasn't giving wigs. It just wasn't giving sew-ins. It just wasn't giving that. It just wasn't giving that. It was roller wraps, French rolls, um, freeze curls. What else is popping? The little short freeze curls that was stacks. It was that's just what it was. Search like 90 black girl hair styles. Roller wraps, French rolls, girl, freeze curls, maybe some spiral curls a little bit, drawstring ponytails, microwave ponytails, honey. It was a bunch of stuff. Honey, pump it up, baby. Feathers, honey. That was a T girl. If you were a black girl, I don't know what the white girls was doing. I know the white girls was getting extensions, but not like we was. Not in the. It just was a different, separate culture. So I know they was getting extensions, but I don't know what they was really doing because I wasn't in community with them. So I don't know. Um, what was my go-to hairstyle growing up? For me, I'm gonna always do a short blonde or a long black. Short blonde, long black. Yeah. Sometimes curly too. I really um when I was growing my hair out, definitely roller wrap. Yeah. Yeah. Waterfalls, flips. Yeah. Flips started to be flipping. Flips started to be popping when Mary J. Blige did that kind of fairy faucet flips. That's when the flips started coming back. Yeah, I was trying to give Aaliyah. You give that you were a flat rap kind of girl. Yes. I was trying to give Aaliyah. I'm trying to give Aaliyah. I might give you a bang when the bangs kind of try to come back. I might give you a bang. Definitely Nicki Minaj vibe before Nicki Minaj. But definitely the aesthetic was Aaliyah. Tony Braxton. I love the wet and wavy. Um Secrets, Tony Braxton, Aaliyah. You might give a curly Janet Jackson red, maybe. Kimora Lee Simmons long, yes. You're gonna give all of that. That's what that was. I was trying to look like Aaliyah and Kimora Lee. That's what I was trying to look like. Those were my all right, we got them. Um, yeah, that's what I was given. So anyway, Reese, Reese was that girl to me. Like as far as when it was two girls that I just really, really liked as far as their transition, like how I like what I liked about what they was going on. Reese, who she was older, she was in her late 20s or early 30s. I can't remember exactly which was. I think it was early late 20s, maybe like 28, 29, somewhere around there. She lived in the hood. She lived out west in the hood. Um, she was Banji, and if you don't know what Banji is, that just means hood, like around the way girl. She was what I grew up with. Like it wasn't a class. It wasn't like, oh, I'm trying to be, this classy. She was round the way hood bitch. Like that's what I like. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be the regular girl. Now I don't want to be that. I want to look like a classy honey Jack and Jill kind of woman. I don't want to be that, but I want to look like it. Back then, I just wanted to be a regular hood girl. And that's what she was. She was like a um, regular woman. And it was like, ooh, I like that. I like her. So I meet them in the club, and they all. Oh, and the other girl was Bella. Bella was 1 year younger than me, but Bella, I really like Bella. Bella was just starting out, so I like her. She was pretty, but what I liked about Bella was her fashion. Fashion was like Bella knew how to put some shit together. Bella, her style. Bella always put that shit on. She's one of them girls who they just was innate. They had an innate fashion sense. She always puts that shit on. So with yes, try Bella. Bella, her regular name is Deshauna, but but we call her Strawbella, Strawberry, um, Deshauna. I call her Bella. Um, um, so she would, she just was fly. Now at the time that we were growing up, I was kind of green, so I didn't know anything about boosting and stealing. So I didn't know that she used to steal. So I didn't know that's how she got so much shit um that she was kind of acquired. She had acquired. So I was like, oh, because I'm green. I don't be stealing. I don't be doing that shit. Not at that time. And so I was like, oh, I was like, how'd she get all this? I thought that her mom was buying it. I thought that because her mom was cool with her being a trans girl, I thought that her mom was buying it. So I was like, damn. Now my mom was cool, but my mom was a dope fiend, so she couldn't afford to buy me shit. And my mom, she was cool, but my mom also was the type that was like, um, I'm cool with you doing this, but I ain't about to condone it in the sense of buy you shit and you get what I'm saying? My mom ain't gonna buy you no dresses. She gonna call you your name. She gonna call you she. She gonna call you. She gonna respect that. But I ain't about to buy you no girl clothes, honey. That's on you. You want to do this? This on you. That's how my mom was. But I thought that her mom, because her mom was so much more accepting than my mom, I thought she was buying her clothes. Then I found out this bitch is stealing. Oh, she's going to the store and boosting shit, like wearing it out. I'm like, oh, well, that's why she got so much shit. Cause she has shoes, she had bags, she had hair. Cause she would go to the hair stores and steal wigs. She would go to you know what I'm saying? She just was a thief, a booster. And so she just had so much shit, jewelry, earrings, da 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 da. And she was one of the meticulously organized people too. So she just was on it. So that's what I love about Bella. Bella, her look was fire. And it got even better once she got in this car accident and they cracked her jaw. And for some reason, them fixing her jaw almost gave her like a FFS type of situation in the jawline because she used to be super, super hard. But that when they cracked that jaw, it made her jaw snatched. When they fixed it, she couldn't suck no dick, but because she couldn't open her mouth wide no more. But it made her jaw smaller, so it just made her more fish. So, which is what she needed, because the only thing in her face that was hard was like that jaw. When she was younger, it was that jawline. It was like, oh, that jawline is strong. But once she had that car accident and they had to wire her jaw shut, it made it smaller. It wore her out in a good way. So it was all kind of like it was sickening. I lived for we didn't know nothing about FFS at that time, but it wore her jawline out to where it made it smaller and more sickening. It was kind. So I live for Bella. Bella was one of my favorite people growing up. She was dumb as a box of rocks. She wasn't brain. She wasn't smart, but her fashion sense was sickening. Because I think she had a learning disability. Yeah, I think not. I think I know. She had a learning disability. She was in special classes, but she might have been autistic. I don't know what's going on. I just know she was slow, and so yeah, I liked her style. So her and Reissi was the girls that was like, oh, I like what they got going on or whatever. Reissi was older. She was my age. So when I meet the three girls in the club, Christine, Sizzle and Sandra, and Reissi. When I'm coming to the club and I walk up to them, not I don't walk up to them, but I'm kind of walking past them to, just mingling in the club. They go up for me. Like they're like, oh, Miss Thing, you sickening and da 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 da. You should be my daughter. No, she's gonna be my daughter. No, she's gonna be my daughter. And da da da. And they was giving, she's gonna be my daughter. She's sickening. Da, 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 da. So I'm getting my life, but also I'm like, I'm not nobody's daughter. I'm not being nobody's daughter, but they put me in the situation where they was like, oh, you need to choose one of us to be your daughter. You'll be your mother. So in my brain, almost like a peer pressure type of situation. Now, mind you, I am young. I am in my early teens, and I'm just these are older trans women, so I want to like them because they're older trans women, and they haven't done anything. But Christine is kind of loud and ratchet. Sizzling is kind of like she remind me of like she's drunk, so she's like a lush. So also you gotta understand, I grew up in the church, honey. I grew up in the church. Now that don't mean my family was churchy and da da da. Da. They were not, but there is a church girl inside of me, a very judgmental one. So especially in my youth. So if you come around me and you giving drunkard, loud ghetto drunkard, I'm gonna be side eyeing you like, what is going on? Like you need to be a lady. This is not how ladies act. And so these three, so imagine you in a club and these three trans girls is just it was almost like the Three Stooges. Like it was Reissi who was normal, regular woman, regular bangy woman. Now she was ghetto, but she wasn't drunkard, barefoot in the club drunk. Yes, Sandra is barefoot in the drug club, in the club drunk. Um, and that's how Sandra is. Christine, she's loud and look like she want to fight. Like she would be trying to fight the Butch Queens. Like it was real. Like she was like, man, she would be wanting to fight the niggas. I'm like, that is not ladylike, girl. Why are you trying to fight the Butch Queens, girl? What is going on? One time she was at a club and was actually fighting the men. To this day, sis will be drunk. Yes. So for me, as an early teen, while while I look at, I wanna be the level of fish that Reisi is, but whatever they got going on, I don't want to be this. I don't want to be this. So you motherfuckers talking about being my mama. My brain is like, y'all will never be my mama. But but remember, there is a respect because these are older trans women, and it's like, ooh, they out here living their life, trans women. So it was like, ooh. So it's a love and kind of not hate at all, but it's like a love and a, ooh, I don't want to be like that type of situation. So I remember and that was the pressure. So anytime I would come to the club, all three of them would try to get me by myself and try to convince me for me to be their daughter. And I'd be like, no, da, 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 da. I'd be like, are you so silly? I would be playing it off. I'm like, no, I don't want no kids. But that it would be almost like they're campaigning. But I really loved Reisi. I did like Reisi. So if anybody was close to doing it, it was Reisi, because Reisi just gave the fish. It just what I admired, of course, being passable, being the fish. Because I would see Reisi at different places and she would not be getting clogged. She would just be tipping through. She would just be doing her thing. Now, later on, the other girl that I said wasn't in the clique, Stacia was like that too. When I would see Stacia, Stacia's mug. What was sickening about Stacia? Stacia wasn't in this clique, but she was doing shit that was like, oh, dope. She was working at the makeup counter in one of the malls, so she was doing that, and I was like, oh, she working a regular job, sickening. But what was sickening about Stacia? What I loved about Stacia is from the neck up. Stacia's smile and her teeth, sickening. Stacia's skin, sickening. she is I'm trying to think of what color Stacia is. Stacia is dark chocolate, like I'm trying to think of somebody. What color is she? She is just a really rich brown. It's like a really dark, clear brown. Like a um just smooth, and yeah, it's just her skin was immaculate. Her teeth and her skin. That's what I loved about her. It's just her teeth and her skin. Jessica White. What you think, Ty? Who is a more what color was she? Not as dark as Lupita. What color is just not Jessica White? Jessica White? I don't know. Foxy? I don't know. Who you think, Ty? Who you think what color? Who is somebody that's Stacey's color? But I just imagine a beautiful natural smile, just a beautiful white smile that's just like ding, all her teeth show. Think a natural looking, and I think hers is natural too, but think you know how Issa Rae got them big ass teeth. I would think Gabrielle Union, she sounds gorgeous. No, she isn't as light as Gabrielle. She's a little bit darker than Gabrielle. I'll show y'all what she look like. Remy, maybe Remy, maybe, yeah. That's not far. Maybe Remy. I don't know. But we black, so we be having different colors. We black though. So sometimes we tan, sometimes we. There she go. See that beautiful smile? See how gorgeous her smile is, and that's natural. That's her natural. That's how she's always been. So her skin was just her cheeks, her skin, her teeth. Like, she was just sickening. Ain't she gorgeous? Yes. So she was just always that. That was she just. That's how she looked. She just was gorgeous. So she's like in her 20s, like her early 20s. She just looked like Akasha. I don't know who Akasha is, but she was sickening to me. So I remember going to the mall and sneaking and watch her at work. Just because I knew where she worked, and I would just be outside of her little store watching her working because I just admired because she was older and she was trans, and it was like, oh, sickening. I live for her. Literally would spend my money to ride the bus to her job to see her, just to come to her counter and talk to her, live for her. Um, but she was a bitch. I gotta be real. She was a bitch. Was beat every day at the makeup counter. Yes, she was a possibility model, but she was a bitch. She was exactly what you think of. She was trying to think. uh, would you Electra without the grandeur, but just a bitch. She was a bitch. I gotta, yeah, she was a bitch. She just was. I would come up to her counter, and she would. Oh, it just was. She just was. She was a mean girl. She was. That's what she was. She was. She was Regina George. She just a black version. She was. She was a mean girl. That's just the tea. She was a mean girl. Um, and it wasn't just me. She was treated like that. She would do that to other girls. I would see how she would talk shit about them behind their back. She was a mean girl at the time. She was a young, immature. She is not like that anymore as we've gotten older. But in our younger days, she was just a mean girl. That's the whose skin color she seemed close to. Yes, it gives Electra to me. Yes, Electra. Yeah. So anyway, so she was one of them too. So and yeah, she just I remember one time. Now one thing about Stacia gave more of a classy lady too. Stacia gave more of a upscale lady as opposed to a Banji girl. She gave more of an upscale girl. Honey, she's giving you um mahogany hats. Stacia tried to give you that kind of more upscale, classy girl. She wasn't giving you she was way more polished. She was not the not saying that she don't be drinking, but you ain't gonna see Stacia the type, she'll be drinking, she'll go sit her ass down and cross her legs and be classy. She's that girl. So she definitely, as far as how she acted, she was more of a possibility model in that way. Um, Now, also, Stacia from the neck down was real lean. I wouldn't want to say super muscly, but because I don't know if it was the moans or what it was, but she was super thin and very lean. I don't know if she wasn't on enough moans or I don't know what it was, but she was a little bit more lean. So I didn't really like her her neck down. It just was very thin and small, and it wasn't feminine to me. It was small. She wasn't a big girl at all. She wasn't very tall. She wasn't super short, but she wasn't very tall. She was very um I don't know how tall was Stacia. She wasn't very tall, but she wasn't you wouldn't consider her big at all. She's gonna want it in a glass. She likes an amaretto sour with 3 cherries. Yeah. It's not good. Yeah, she was that girl. So these was the girls that was kind of like around at the time. We had some other older girls like Vicky Chatterfield. Vicky Chatterfield looked like your raggedy auntie, light skin, red hair, typical red bangy hair, burgundy. You still can kind of see the man in her face, but she had titties. Um, she was drunk too, but she was always in a car. She always riding around in her truck and in her car. And um, yeah, she was very butch queen, very not butch queen in as far as she was trans, but very old school. Um, who else was around? Yeah. Anyway, the girls that were our age was gonna be me, Bella, Ty. 1 or 2 years older was gonna be Zori Zanel. Zori was sickening, but Zori was in that mean girl clique too. And I always liked Bella more than Zori, but but Bella adored Zori. So when I look at them, I always think that Bella is more sickening than Zori, but because Zori Zori was the first girl that I heard about going to school in junior high school, tipping through as a girl in junior high. She went to Forest Manor. So she's like a legend in that regard where it's like, oh, this bitch was tipping trying to be a girl in fucking junior high. and and so she had this reputation. And so when she, like, I remember I told you the girls kind of ran the show. So she had this reputation of being the girl who went to Forest Manor. I don't want to say her dead name, but her dead name. It was like, oh, that's her dead name. That's her da 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 da. Da. So when we would come to the club, she was the girl. She was the girl that the kids was talking about. The Butch Queen was Bella was kind of chasing her after her. Uh we had a Butch Queen named Opie, another Butch Queen, Tamara. We had a bunch of these Butch Queens that kind of flocked around her because she was like the girl that was kind of doing it at the time. But remember, I told you I liked Bella more. So in my brain, I didn't understand why Bella, I didn't understand why Bella lived for her like that. To the point where she was being like a little peon to her. It wasn't like, oh, I think she's sickening and I like her. It was almost like a mean girl, but one of the little minions. Like which one is the stupid one? The one with the brown hair. If you think about mean girls, the one with the brown hair. Um she was kind of like that too. So imagine you thinking that this girl is more sickening, but she acting like this girl is the Regina George. And you like, bitch, you the sickening one. What the fuck? You the bitch, you the fly one. You the one that's smaller than her. You she cute, but she ain't sickening yet. She ended up being sickening. No, don't want to take that away from her. She was end up being sickening, but in this time in our life, Bella was the sickening one. To me, my opinion. She was the sickening one. So I never understood why she was acting like the peon. I was like, now mind you, I didn't need to be nobody's peon. I had my best friend, my home. We already had our own clique, so I didn't need to be in nobody clique. So I never felt the need to be kissing no bitch ass. I ain't never felt like that. We were our own little clique. We hung out together. We didn't hang out with them. Sometimes we would kind of overlap in certain situations. Um, but I just never, yeah, I just never was in that kind of situation. We were all my clique, we were all our own individual people. Ty was her own individual person. I was my own individual person. our butch queens was our own individual. Like it wasn't like a clique of, it wasn't any leaders. It was individuals that clicked together because we fucking like each other. It wasn't a leader of the group. It was just we fucking our own people. Even as a young age. Um, so anyway, back to um back to the whole point of me telling you. I'm telling y'all all the dynamic of where I was. These were girls that I admired, that I liked, that we were all in the city just kind of growing up together or maneuvering the city. Um the old head girls were more quiet and more not quiet in regards to the city, in regards to making noise and doing shit that's groundbreaking. The older girls weren't doing that. Your job is to chill, blend, and don't rock the boat. That's why the generation right before us, they weren't really doing nothing groundbreaking in the city except for just living in the city, just living that girl. But they weren't like our generation. We broke some barriers. We were in the fashion shows, the first trans girls to be walking in the fashion shows of the city, the big fashion shows in our cities. We were fucking in dance troupe at Star Quest. We were literally doing shit that never had been done for trans girls in our city. I'm suing the high school to go to the prom in a gown. All of us was doing something that was pushing the trans culture forward in our city. Whereas the older girls, it felt like they wasn't doing nothing. Now I don't know all of their history, but it felt like they was of the old guard that you just keep your head low. Um, and some of them was kind of, I don't want to say detransitioning because they still was femme as hell, but like Sizzle and Sandra. Sometimes when I would see her go to her job because she also worked at the hospital, she would why I didn't admire her like I admire Stacia was because she would be going to her job way toned down. No pads on, no titties. Sometimes she'll have her hair done, sometimes. But more going like a really high femme butch queen. Like she had toned it down. She wasn't going as a girl yet. Eventually she would, but in the beginning when she was first working there, from when I saw her, because I would see her on the bus all the time, she wasn't being that girl. She was toning it down to go to work. We know how that works. So it wasn't like I didn't understand it. It just was I admired Stacia because Stacia, when she was at work, she was glamazon, beat, painted, and a girl. She was a girl, undoubtedly. Um, un just it just she just was the girl. So that's why I admire her. The other girls, sometimes I would see Christine and she wouldn't be in drag. Now Reisi, all the time, always the girl. But I didn't see her working. I don't know what she did. I don't know what Reese did for work, but I didn't ever see her working. And she lived on a different side of town, so I wasn't always when I would see her, it would be at the club or whatever. That's just what it was. Anyway, so where we at? Um, so one of my this is the culture. Now I just talked about the queer culture in regards to like the bath houses, the parks, the cruising park. Reese was retired from the military. Gotcha. So that explains a lot because she was on her moans too. Because I used to buy moans from her too. Um, so I'm telling y'all the culture of the queer community. Black, the bath, the dark side is gonna be the bath houses, the honey, the sex stores. We didn't have too many of them, but some of them was kind of like out and out. Um, parks, different parks. Um, but the another sector of gay culture in the city is the church gays. So in our city, the church gays, there was some overlap, of course, but the church gays did not go to the club. The church gays went to church and hung out with the other church gays after choir rehearsal at one of their house. They never went to going to the club was like, no, for the church gays. Oh no, we not going to the 10. The 10 was like the popular gay club. Going to the gay club was no for the church gays. So if you were somebody who knew the church gays, you knew the groups, like you knew like for example, you knew the overlapping people. So for example, there was a clique of Tamara, Tati, Otis, Stacia, and Daryl Phillips. So Daryl Phillips was the I never saw those other people at church, but Daryl Phillips, I saw him at the church. The church that was, I don't want to say they would nickname it the gay church, but it wasn't the gay church. Church gays were on the phone. Church gays were on the phone. They were, or after choir rehearsal, they would hang out at each other's house, especially if they had a piece of fish that was a cisgender girl that was I'm sitting here. I just corrected myself for saying fish, but then they don't want to be called cisgender. Uh, It's call them whatever, child. Anyway, the cisgender girls that was cool with the gays, they would be over their house too, and hang out and be kikiing and voguing and doing all the gay stuff, but at home, not at the gay club. That being at the gay club was like a oh no, was like a it was a oh no because it was like who would see me there that will go back to the church and tell. It was that. It was also a class hierarchy too, like gays that go to the gay club were less than us. Now I'm not a church gay, but but that's how they would talk. Like we're better than them. We're better than them club gays. We are no. It's also a class thing. It's also a um it's a I'm not gay. I'm gay, but I'm not gay. It was one of those kind of it's a that's a different kind of gay. I'm gay, but that's gay. If you go to the gay club, that's a whole different thing for the church gays. There were overlap. If you had a a Venn diagram, I said a V. I was my brain was saying Ving Rames. If you had a Venn diagram, there gonna be some people that do both. And Daryl Phillips was one. Daryl Phillips was he went to the Universal, he went to the gay. It wasn't the gay church. They weren't accepting, but you could go there without being bothered. It wasn't a gay church. Pastor Payne was not it wasn't ooh, come bring your gay ass. It still was fire and brimstone, but we ain't gonna bother you because my grandson gay and we ain't kicking my grandson out the church. That's my lineage. And so y'all can come, but don't be, honey. Y'all need to be in y'all suits. You can't be in drag. Y'all still need to be in your suits and still need to follow the rules of the church. Um, so they'll be in full suits with painted for the gods. so so Daryl Phillips was kind of one of the I was a church gay that went rogue. Exactly. Eventually you'll start seeing as we get older, you'll start seeing the church gays out. The church gays went two different ways. Well, three. Three is they stayed church gays and just went to church. Some of them even had fake lavender marriages. Or they just stayed in church. And so they never really matured into anything else, still being down low, still just being alone gays, but not public about it. Down low, but gay, regular gay men, but down low, but not sneaking and having sex with women, not bi, not the down low straight pretending bi niggas, not that regular gay men, but just honey going to church and hooking up with boys from the chat line, and when they meet them somewhere, blah blah blah. The other way they could go is they would turn into club kids. They would go to the club. They'll start going to the club. And the other way, which is funny, they would not go to the gay club, but they would stop going to church and become hood homos. Homo thugs, which is what I would call them. Homo thugs, where they don't go to church no more, but they don't go to the gay club, and they really do a lot of street shit. They gonna start smoking weed. They gonna but they gay, but maybe start doing hair, doing some lashes, doing something. But the church ain't comfortable no more because they getting too gay. When church gays start coming, they will call themselves elites. Yes, elites. Yes, a lot of church gay married church lesbians. Now that this what in common in this era, but especially the era before us. Yes, for sure, they were married lesbians. um, and so my friend, one of my besties, Mario, we've talked about Mario. Mario was a church queen. Now, mind you, I am also on both sides. I love the church kids and I love the club kids. So I'm like, I was raised in the church, so I know the choir songs, I know the praise and worship songs. I can come into church and know how a church works. I know I'm a church queen too, but I just didn't stay in it as long as them. Remember, I stopped going to church at fucking 10. So we go, and I started going to the club a couple of years later. So it was always I just knew both lives in that regards. So Mario was a type of church queen who Mario could sing his ass off. He was very soprano, male soprano, very what's his name? Melvin Cristobal the third. Very that Mario James. So Mario was very that. So Mario also had a fishy ass voice. So he would get on the chat line and be pulling niggas with his voice, pretending to be a girl, and be calling them and sending them to his house. But not to his house, but to the get him to come and have him go to he lived in an apartment, and have him go to another apartment so he can see what they look like, and then tell him T that he a butch queen instead of a girl, and see if they would be down. And sometimes they would, and sometimes they wouldn't. So as we get older, I'm in a group home. I end up leaving the group home because I get my own apartment because I get emancipated. And we remember all this time we are all being friends. Um, Deja, Ty, I don't know what happened. Something. So when me and Ty was in a group home together, Ty got into it with the staff members and they sent her away. So I don't know where they sent her or what happened to her. We kind of fell out of because of what happened with her and the staff member and them kicking her out of the group home. I didn't know where they put her or where they took her. So we didn't know what was happening with each other. So that was when we first met. And then they sent her away. Where did they send you to? They sent her away, and I think she ran away from there. That's when me and Kiva started to get close again, because we were cool in junior high. Kiva is Kiki Wyatt's brother. Um we started to get close. We all started to be real close once we started to be they sent me to Colorado. Yeah, so I don't know what was going on, but that whole situation, I didn't know where she had went. So we ended up getting cool. So it's me, Mario. Keever wasn't lying about being gay no more. So we started being cool. Because he was a church queen. Kiki, church, dad's a minister. All these people, we all was in church. And so now he's trying to come out the closet. So now we all getting close, secretly stealing Kiki clothes. And Kiki is also becoming Kiki. So Kiki is doing becoming a part of Girls Time, Destiny's Child, which will become Destiny's Child. People don't know Kiki was a part of that group at one point, but Kiki can sing. And so she didn't really it really wasn't a good fit, because they were trying to Beyonce was the lead, so Kiki wasn't ever gonna fit in that because Kiki could sing, and she couldn't dance. Kiki couldn't dance. Kiki was fully developed. Yes, Kiki was a Kiki. Kiki could blow at 12. Like Kiki could blow how she blowing. Of course, she got better, but she was an exceptional singer at 12. Really at 7. But she was recording songs in the studio with people like 12, 13, because she was exceptional. And so by the time and she's a year older than me. I know she's telling a different age now, but she's a year. I was born February 28th, 81. She was born March 10th, 80. So I know she's telling a different story, but she was a little bit older than me, and a year older than me. And when we were in junior high, she was like already recording. She was already doing stuff. And so she was traveling around the country, recording in Chicago, trying to join girl groups. She was doing all of this shit. She was already doing it. And so what was going on is she was becoming this thing, like this little whatever she was about to become. And so the attention was on her. So her brothers kind of got neglected in that way. And it was good for Kiva, because Kiva was now exploring being queer and coming out to the club and da 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 da. Now we all going to the club together. We all having fun. We all doing this instead of being in church. Now we exploring. So y'all see how it's all happening. So one day, Kiva tells me, "Do you know somebody named Boom?" Enter Ty's dead name. And I was like, "Oh yeah, she was in the group home with me. What happened?" So Ty, how did y'all reconnect? How did you connect with Kiva? How did y'all meet during that time? Because when Kiva came to me, I was like, "Oh yeah, she got kicked out of the group home with me." Da, 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 da. So she ended up, I guess you came back from Colorado. He was cruising me in the mall. So that's when Ty comes back into the picture. That's when Ty comes back into the picture. And so her name when we was kids was Deja. So Deja comes back into the picture, and we still Deja, but we call her Ty, Deja, the same thing. So now my clique of friends includes Deja, aka Ty, Kiever, and Mario. Ty, Kiever, and me are kind of a thing. But Kiever is not a part of this kind of group. I mean, but Mario is not really a part of this group. Mario is, because Mario isn't, remember, a church queen. He actually don't want to be a part of this group because we are club kids. But I'm the one who pulled Mario out. Like, I'm his connection to the world. So he fucks with me. He lives for me because we went to school together. We went to high school together. So I want you to get the dynamic. So Mario don't want to be in the clique of my other friends. Mario just likes me. And so Mario would come over. So everybody would come over my house at some point. So Deja, Ty end up going to another group home because Ty is a year younger than me. Well, not a year. No, you're not a year. She's like 4 months younger than me. So so bitch, you was 4 months younger than me. You was not 6. I was born February 28th. You was June 21st or 20th. February, March, April, May, June. Yes, that's 4. Ain't no 6. Don't try to stretch it, bitch. So, so she would, she Mario. So Deja ended up being in another group home. She started being in another group home, which was opened by one of the managers, one of the staff members at my previous group home. So it was a whole thing. I don't know how all of this shit worked, but he opened up his own group home, and it just was a crazy time. So I had my own apartment. So Deja would come. Yes, Evan's house down the street from your first apartment. It wasn't called Evan's house. What was Randy's house? His wasn't called Evan's house. Evan's house was on the one we met at. That was on Pennsylvania. What was Randy's house called? It was called something. I can't remember what he called his house. Um, you know what? You know, Randy's son is married to another one of my cousins, Tangi. They got kids together. Like, they've been married for like 15 years and got 3 kids together. Is that crazy? His son, like Randall Jr., Randy Jr. It's crazy. um, so Mario, so understand that there was a different groups of people that would come to my house at different times. If Mario called me and was like, "Who over your house?" and he would hear that it's the other people, he wouldn't want to come over. He was like, "When they leave, call me and we can come over." It was kind of, he just was strange like that because he was a church sissy. Remember that. So when one day me and Mario comes over my house, it's just me and Mario by ourselves. Now remember, also want to give this caveat too. Me and Mario, I could talk to Mario every day. Mario has had the personality that I can talk to him every single day. That's a rare thing for me. There's very few people that I'm like that with. But Mario, I can talk to. From the time I met Mario when I was 14 to a year before he died, me and Mario talked at the very least, once a day. At the very least. And I'm talking about no matter where I was. Because we went to school together, but even when he went to another school, which was Warren Central, we talked every damn day, all day long. Um, um, When I moved to Mississippi, when I was at Jackson State, he would call my room. I could hear my phone ring, and I knew it was him calling. While I was at Jackson State. So anytime when I was in Mississippi, anywhere I was, rural Mississippi, anywhere I was that had a phone, I am talking to Mario at some point of the day. So imagine from 14 to 30 something, 2014, however I was then, 33. So from 14 to 33, every single day, at least if we didn't talk one day, we talking 3 times the next day to catch up. This is how our relationship was from the time I was 14 to 33, every day. So we talk. So this particular time, he would come over my house because I have an apartment. Now, mind you, he lived with his mama. So living with his mama, he can't be bringing the boys over. So with my apartment, he can bring the boys over to my apartment. So he would get on the chat line and get to talking to the boys on the chat line. So one day he calls, asks me who's over there. I'm like, nobody. He was like, oh, I'm about to come over. I'm about to get on the bus. Because all he would have to do is walk 4 blocks and catch the 38 and catch it right to my house and get off and be right there. And so he come to my house and he is getting on the chat line and he is just talking to so many boys and getting them to come over. While he's on the chat line, he is describing me, my look. And so he meets this boy on the chat line. His name is Troy. So at this time in Troy's life, now he gets later on in life, he don't look like nothing. He don't look attractive to me. But at this point in my life, Troy is giving, like, he just got out of prison body. He's giving like D'Angelo body. Like, how does it feel, D'Angelo body? He's giving D'Angelo's color. He got braids. He ain't as fine as D'Angelo, but he young, he 26, he 24, 25, 26 in this time. So think hood nigga, braids to the back. But body. At this time, he had a body. His body was sickening. Think fresh out of prison body. Not super, super swole, but chest and arms. His body was just T. His mug wasn't as sickening as D'Angelo, but very that. Braids to the back. Very How Does It Feel video, young 20, 26-year-old piece of trade. And so Mario get him on the line and on the chat line and tell him come over. Now, mind you, what we do is when they come over, I'm playing the fish, and Mario is is the Butch Queen. And so he's describing me. And so that's the con. And so when the trade gets in, they think I don't know. I know what's happening, but he's the one on the phone. So I don't know what they talked about. And I'm kind of doing my own thing. I'm not even thinking about it. I know the game that's being played, but I don't know what has been discussed. And so on the phone, Mario's talking nasty. I want to gobble that dick. I want to all this nasty porn star talking because Mario's a freak. And so he's using me as the decoy. And so when the trade come in, the rule, how we play it is, if you want to have me, the fish, then you need to have my Butch Queen friend first. Let him suck your dick. And then I will join in. And so that was the game. So Troy is like, man, I came all the way over here from my side of town, which was the west side, I came all the way over here and y'all on this bullshit. You was talking all that shit on the phone. Now he thinks he was talking to me, but he was talking to Mario. You talking all that shit on the phone like you was gonna be down, and then you spring this fucking gay ass shit on me. And I was like, boy, you either down or you not. What you gonna do? If you watch it, make sure you thumbs up. I see 52 people in here watching, but only 32 people have thumbs up. What is going on? Why are you not thumbsing up? So he like, yeah, you talking all that shit, and your ass ain't fucking. You ain't down for what you was talking, and now you springing this gay ass shit on me, and I ain't gay. This nigga, no, I'm not down with this. So, but we trying to convince him, like we trying to be like, it's just head, a mouth is a mouth. We playing all the tricks of the game. We playing all the tricks of the game. We playing all the anything we can, any spin we trying to spin to make it seem like get down and do it. But as much as this has worked in the past with Troy, it does not work. He is like, well, fuck it. I ain't, but he does pull the dick out. I do say he does pull the dick out, but he doesn't let Mario suck it. Just like we trying to convince him, he's trying to convince me. So he feels like if I pull my piece out, and it was a nice piece, if I pull my piece out, you'll be convinced that this is worth you having. Now, mind you, he is like 25, 26, and we is like 17. So we teenagers. Now he don't know that, or maybe he does. I don't know I don't know how that worked. I don't know in regards to the age. I just know that we were 17, and because Mario is the same distance. Mario was born same year, but Mario is June 28th. So same distance as Ty. Um, so we same age, so we all 17. And he basically is trying to convince me to go ahead and participate. And I'm like, nope, if you ain't let my gay friend do it, I ain't doing nothing. So he ended up leaving the house because he was like, oh, y'all playing games. Cool. So fast forward to a week later, Mario calls me and tells me that he was on the chat line and ran into him again. And Mario tells me that they on the phone chatting, and he talked to him, and eventually Mario convinced him to come over his house because he thinks he was telling Mario that he didn't do it because he didn't know if I was gonna snitch. Because remember, he's thinking I'm fish. He didn't know if I was gonna snitch to people if I let him do it. But if it's gonna be him by himself, he'll let him suck his dick. So from Mario say that he comes over to his apartment and Mario sucks his dick. And so, mind you, that was a week later, and Mario is on the chat line all the time. All the time. So Mario's telling me stories about having the boy. And it's getting deeper than sucking dick. Like it's getting deeper in the sense of like they talking more often, they done exchange numbers, blah 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 blah. So fast forward to What's going on at this time? All right, another element that's going on at this time is I'm in school and I'm just having um this is during me and Eric's situation in school. So I'm really infatuated with Eric from the Love Beneath video. So I am this is also the time that Gerald, I'm having a situation with Gerald and he come and steal my Nintendo 64. Y'all remember that story? He steals my Nintendo 64. This is all the same apartment. So I'm having this infatuation with Eric at school. Gerald doesn't go to my school, but we are still dealing with each other because um I done left the group home. I got my own apartment, so he be coming over sometime, and I live for Gerald too. So it's just these moments of love, puppy love. This was the two boys that I lived for when I was a young little warthog. When I was a young warthog, um, when I was a young little puppy. Um, and so this is when all this stuff was happening. It's the fun time of going out to the club. Um, it just was a beautiful time. Like it was just so much going on. The younger generation, the people who are in there, we're not the younger generation. They in my generation, but they younger than us. Like now we like 17. And how old was this? This was 98. So how was I? Yeah, 17. So So now we like 17, and there's another group of young people coming up. So I got my own apartment. So sometimes they come into my apartment too. This is when um we had a little boy named Jarrell. Now they have transitioned, so they are their name. um we had what was Tiffany's name? She's a boy now. She detransitioned. What was Tiffany's name? What was Tiffany's boy name? I can't remember Tiffany's boy name, but all the younger people now are coming to my house because you can be free at my house. They getting in cahoots with the other boys, and it's just a bunch of fun stuff that's happening. And so I feel cool because this is also when I got a clique of lesbians, I got a clique of butch queens, I got a clique of trans girls. I felt sickening because I got my Derek, yes. Um I got all of my I just feel like that girl, bitch. I got lesbian friends, I got trans friends, I got butch queen friends, I got my own spot. I'm smoking weed at the time. Um this time it's nothing wrong. Like I love everything that's happening in my life at this point. And so it's just fire. So um I'm happy. Like I got my job, I work at rallies. I'm doing good at rallies. Yeah, it's just everything is fucking good. My rent was like $315. So I could pay my rent in one check at rallies, have another check to be able to go buy makeup and clothes, and it just was a beautiful time in my life. And so one day I am sitting in the okay, I'm gonna tell this story, this part of the story too. I was gonna leave. I wasn't gonna, I didn't think about it till we're going through it now. But I'm just telling because it's an interesting part of the story. So so my closest trans girlfriend was Ty. So I felt really, really protective of Ty because she knew me from the group home, and that was a special store. You know what I'm saying? That was a special connection that we had that I didn't have with the other rest of the girls. But every time that I would hang out with the other girls, remember I said that they were mean girls, they would have so much negative shit to say about Ty. And so I'm young and you not about to talk about my friend. So I don't really, but I wasn't to the, I was, you not going to talk about my friend with me in front of me, but I wasn't mature enough to not be their friend because of it. Does it make sense? Like, girl, I would be like, girl, stop talking about my friend. But I wouldn't stop being friends with them in the way that I would now as an adult or as I had got older. So this is what it was. I like y'all. I like her. Y'all need to stop talking about my friend. So the fuck, like leave it alone. And so that's the relationship that me and Bella had. I never really was cool with Zori at all. So she, not her, but me and Bella and Mikey. But when me and Bella would hang out, she would talk shit about Deja. So it stopped. It stopped being once I kept saying, bitch, the fuck, like it's getting weird. Like you being weird. It started to create a tension between me and Bella, and also a tension between her and Bella. So that and Deja is a fighter. So she like, bitch, if you got some shit to say, bitch, I could beat your ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was very that. So it was some tension where we couldn't really hang out with each other. And it got to the point where it stopped me and Bella from being friends because this is my friend. I'm cool with you and I like you, but because of our connection, and we all started to meet at the same time, but Deja, because of that group home connection, it was just a closer connection. It was more authentic. So once that tension started to happen by the time we get to 17, I'm not cool. I'm cool with Bella, but I can't really out with her no more because it started to feel like weird. And so, so there was this moment where I had borrowed two of her wigs. One of them, we had a whole other excursion during that time with this boy, and I think I told y'all that story where she couldn't suck dick, and so I had to suck both of the boys' dick to make them get off because she couldn't make hers get off. Anyway, that's a whole other story. But the wig that I wore during that night was hers because remember she used to steal wigs, and so she stole this fire ass, um, shag blonde, platinum blonde ass fucking wig. It was so fucking sickening. But then she also had like a blonde bob one. And so I got one for the blonde one for myself, and then I got one for Deja because at this time, me and Deja, I would go to the store and still like matching outfits for us, or she would go to the store and still like matching outfits for us. So this particular time, I don't know what we had, what we was wearing, but I wanted us to have both had blonde hair. So she had a blonde bob, I had this blonde shag, and was it? It was them. You remember them shoes, Ty, that had like were like lime green, and yours was like orange, and they had them crisscross black platforms on the bottom of them. Do you remember them shoes? And then there was a lime green shirt that we would wear with the lime green ones, and then there was an orange shirt that we would wear with the. It was matching, very matchy, but I wanted us to be blind. I think that was the outfit that I wanted us to do. But anyway, I borrowed the wigs from Bella, and I said that I would be responsible for them because I'm the one that is friends with Bella at this time. And so, but I needed to get two of the wigs because one for me, one for Deja. So, that's just what it was. That's just how we were. So, I don't know. I can't remember what fucking happened. I can't remember what fucking happened, but Deja had put the wig. It was a fucking synthetic wig. I lived in an apartment that didn't have central heating. Those were my favorite shoes too. Oh, I love those shoes. Um, I didn't have central heating. What it had was one of them very old school steam heaters. Do y'all remember them? Like they don't even have them in apartments no more. Let me see if I can find it. Ooh, this is aging me. This is like a rotary. Steam heaters. Yes, one of these. This is exactly how it looked. Oh my God, this is exactly how my apartment looked. Remember this? This is exactly how it looked. Oh my God, that looks exactly like my apartment. Do y'all remember these? I don't know if y'all remember these, but back in the day, this is how old apartments used to heat up. If you of a certain age, if the building is of a certain age. So this is a steam heater. So this is it would heat up the house, child. It was a steam heater. And um so the heater, when it would come on, remember this Indiana, so it would be cold. It would make the I am of a certain age to remember. Huh. So it would make the because of the heat of the steam, it would make the windows like real foggy with condensation. Like it would be wet and you could all over NYC. Is it still current? I ain't seen one of them in like years. Is that still normal in NYC? But this was in our apartments, it wasn't that common. Maybe in some houses sometimes. But anyway, I haven't seen one of them in years. But at the time, yeah, it was what it was. But it would get hot and it was fucking, if you touch it, that motherfucker would, I don't want to say it would burn you like burn, but you would be like, ooh, there's still some of them in older buildings here. Exactly. So anyway, it was directly in my living room. Ty ass put the fucking wig on the fucking steam heater. She put her wig, not my wig, the one that was for me, but the one that was for her. She lays it on there when it was off and it was on a timer. Like the steamer was like on an automatic thing. Very much so in apartments and brownstones to this day. Yes. So it was on a timer. So it will cut off. And then when it get back cold enough, it will cut back on. So she had set it on top of the fucking steamer and the steamer get to going. Now we supposed to be getting ready for I don't remember. We cooked down. So the fucking wig was synthetic and melted on the thing. And so Bella is calling because she's supposed to come pick. We done wore them and we done did what we need to do in them. But we just tipping around my apartment, listening to music and getting up in drag, getting up in clothes and putting these clothes on, putting these wigs on. We playing, we flouncing through the apartment, putting gowns and shit on, putting shit on that we stole from Lazarus or JC Penney's or wherever we done TJ Maxx, wherever we done stole some shit from, honey. We trying on clothes and music and being gay. Being trans and gay and honey, gay and happy, tipping around the apartment. And so she melt the fucking wig. And so remember, I'm the one who bought it. So I'm like, fuck. Ugh. Cause now taking pictures, yes, taking pictures. So like I'm like, damn, I got to replace this, and bitch, I'm broke. I got now. I know I'm paying my rent. I got a job, so I know I'm gonna be able to eventually, but I don't. But now I'm like, God, I gotta tell this girl that we burned her fucking wig. That Deja burned her wig, and now that's gonna be a whole thing because of the whole triangle of weird shit happening. I'm like, fuck. First of all, she ain't gonna let me borrow nothing else. Second of all, this is fucking awkward. And so she calls, and I'm telling her on the phone, I'm trying to explain it and da da da. So I end up telling her that Deja burned her fucking wig up. So the one wig is destroyed. And so she's on the phone talking shit. And so Deja's like, bitch, I can't remember what she said, but basically tell her, bitch, you come over here, I'm gonna beat your ass, basically. Because you get into first, you get what I'm saying? There was already a tension there. And even though she burned her wig, you been getting spicy, and you getting spicy now really is just pissing me off. Not me, but Deja. I'm trying to lay it on her side because I know I have the responsibility because I'm the one who brought it. But because of their clash, and Bella ain't really a fighter. So let's clock that. She's not a fighter at all. But she got a mouth. And so on the phone, she's talking shit about calling us all. What did she call us? Did she call us something? She called us something like we don't know how to take care of stuff. Like because we broke ass bitches and we ain't got nothing. We don't know how to, you know what I'm saying? Basically, you broke ass bitches burning shit because y'all don't know how to take care of stuff. And da 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 da. She talking hella shit about us just because we don't ruin her wig. You know she bad. So I'm trying to give her grace because we done messed up her wig. So she got a reason to be mad. But because of the history, Ty is over and want to twirl her. So Bella come over the house. And when she come in and picked up her wig, I can't remember what was said, but baby, Ty knocked her. Bob. And it was a funny ass moment just because Ty had knocked her in her head. But Ty didn't want to just beat her up because Bella is, girl, beating up Bella ain't nothing. That's like a girl. That's like fighting a 5-year-old. But it was funny because she did knock her. And so that was the end of our, this is a non-binary moral story because I can't decide whose side I'm on. So that happened. So I wanted to tell that part because it was funny. So remember, now everything is fucking weird. So I'm not cool with Bella no more. Because of that situation, we're not cool no more. This is the start of our, I don't want to say rivalry, but this is the start of what will become, oh, we really don't like each other. So we will get back cool eventually, but that was the break. All right, so fast forward to maybe like a month after that. And then I put the wig in the cat litter box. Oh, yes. So because she was talking shit on the phone, Ty put the wig in the cat litter box. So when she come to get her wig, it got cat shit in the wig. It smelled it. It's a fool. It's a fool. It's a fool out situation. It really shouldn't have went that far, but because of the previous shit that Bella had did, it was um it was just weird. It was so late and tired. So fast forward a month later after this. So now my house is kind of calmed down. I done got into it with the lesbians because that's a whole other story. She done left her son with me while she go cheat with the girlfriend, and then the other girlfriend done came, and it's a whole situation. Um, and she used me as a scapegoat. So now the girlfriend done came over while she lying and saying that I'm with her, and I'm not because I'm at my house with her son. And she was like, bitch, you lying and you helping her cheat on me. And I'm like, no, I don't know what's going on. She just leaving me to babysit. And it just a whole situation. And oh, it was so late. Anyway, so now, also, Daddy Keever, Kiki and Keever's dad, I'm not cool with them no more because we stole their car and fucked up their car while they was out of town with Kiki going to record something with that Kiki was in a group called Sway. And they were recording, they were out of town, we stole the car, and it was a whole situation or whatever. So late. But one time Kiever was in drag. I'm being a trans woman. And we at the mall, and somebody from the church tells that we at the mall dressed up, and Daddy Keever come to the mall and pull up on us. And he was talking about fighting Keever, and I said, baby, I'm not your son, baby. I'm not your son. Your son's scared of you. I'm not your son. I will fight your old ass. And so all these threats that you doing to him, bitch, you ain't gonna do it to me, because I will fight your ass. So what we gonna do? And I start taking my earrings off. And he just told Keever to get in the car and drove Keever back home. And we had to catch the bus back to my house. So I wasn't welcome at their house no more. Because we had fell out. And so, because he's scared of you, Daddy Keever and Lorna will pull up on us anywhere. But Lorna, the mama, the white mama that y'all know from the TV shows, Lorna was more, I don't want to say worldly, because she would get her shit off too, but she would get her shit off too. Like, she would make Keever untuck. Like, say we out at the mall and we tipping through, she would make him like pull his dick out of the tuck at the mall. Like, she would be like, take your dick. You have your dick tucked in them tight ass pants. You're a boy. Take your dick out. And will make him untuck at the mall. It was a whole situation. So she would try it too, but yeah, it was a whole situation. Anyway. So at this particular time in my life, nobody was coming over to my house because Deja, you got kicked out of that. You got kicked out of Randy's house too. So they sent you somewhere. Is this where they sent you to? Where did they send you to this time? They sent you somewhere else. Where did you go after Randy's? I think they locked you up. I think they locked you up. They didn't. I can't remember where did they send you after Randy? Yeah, I think they locked you up. They sent you out. So now Deja's locked up. I'm not cool with I'm not welcome at Keever's family house because I threatened Daddy Keever. The lesbians ain't fucking with me. um, yeah, so I'm not. It's not that people don't like me. It's just that you get what I'm saying. Now it's a whole big old thing. So I'm sitting at the house and I'm like, oh my god. Only person I'm really talking to and hanging out with is Mario because um Mario is, you know what I'm saying? Mario's the one I'm talking to. So he would come over sometimes, but Mario, I'm talking to him all the time. So now Mario is telling me about how he is starting a relationship with that boy that we met off the chat line. That boy that we met off the chat line. So I'm like, oh, sickening. My friend is getting in a relationship. So it's turning into something. So this is so cute to me. Like in my brain, I'm not really thinking about it because other than positive, because all the stuff that's going on that I'm explaining to y'all all happened within months. And so fast forward to a month later, after the wig burning incident, my heater is on and my window has that condensation on it. And it's cold and I hear a knock on my window. So I go over to the window and I open it up, but I can't see through it because all that condensation is on it. And so I take my hand and I wipe the window and I look out the window and it's Troy, the boy that looked like, fine ass nigga, D'Angelo-esque. I don't want to say he is as fine as D'Angelo, but he 26, fine and young and kind of that. Um, Definitely fine. So I see him in the window. So this is the one that Mario has been claiming is his boyfriend now. So I'm like, oh, he done came back to my house. So he knocks on the window and I open it. I say, oh, okay. So I go out. By this window is my door. I come out the door, and the apartment I live in, you gotta come out my apartment door and get you in this like little foyer, and then you open up the door to let people in. And so I opened up the door and I let him. I was like, "Hey, how you doing? How did you?" God, it's been since that incident with Mario. It's been probably like 3 or 4 months, and I was like, "Oh, did Mario come with you?" Because remember, he told me that they was in a situation. He was like, "Who is Mario?" And I was like, "Mario, you don't know who Mario is." Because remember, I'm not picking up on anything that Mario is telling me other than the positive of the story because I got so much going on. And I'm happy for him because Mario also has like weird ass low self-esteem. And I done told y'all that I really thought Mario, it was a Victorian style house made into an apartment. Yes. And so I'm like, probably was a boarding house at one point. Anyway, um, I'm like, and Mario, I done told y'all that Mario had this weird thing with me. Like I felt like Mario would have been trans if Mario looked more feminine. But Mario looks like a man. 6'4", 360 pounds, full face of beard, hairy ass hands, hairy ass arms, big ass size, 16 feet. A man, a bear. Big. Um, and so it was a weird low self-esteem type of situation. So with him telling me, and I'm young, and I'm not, I don't live in I hadn't lived in the queer culture long enough for me to get the nuances of relationships at the time. So and pick up on, oh, I was green because I'm like, I didn't know people be lying about the trade at the time. Remember, I'm 17. Now I know that the niggas be lying about the trade. Butch Queens and shit. So when I asked the boy where Mario was at, he was like, "Who are you talking about?" I was like, "The boy, you know who I'm talking about. The boy you've been talking to on the phone that you went over to his apartment and had him. The boy that we met, that you met at my house, him. What are you talking about? Why you act like you don't know him?" He was like, "I haven't seen that motherfucker since he was over here. What are you talking about?" I was like, "Huh?" And so I said, "Come on in." And I called Mario. I call Mario and I say, "Hey, your boyfriend is over here." Because one thing I am, I'm loyal. Your boyfriend is over here. And Mario says, "What you talking about?" Your boyfriend, the one you said that you've been talking to for the past 3 months. The boy that came over here with the that off the chat line. The one you've been talking about for 3 months. He's over here. And he said he ain't seen you since that 3 months ago. And Mario is like, "Ah, oh girl," which clearly tells me that Mario has been lying this whole 3 months. He done been selling me and fairy tales. Honey, I slayed the dragon. I let my hair down from the tower, and Prince Charming climbed up and saved me. Mario done sold me a 3-month fairy tale about them falling in love. And I'm like, Mario, why for 3 months? You've been telling me you've been having this boy this whole time, and it's not true. Girl, this is tired. Well, he's over here now. And he was like, "Girl, what is he over there for, girl?" I'm like, "He just popped up." And I was like, "Didn't you just pop up?" And he's now, mind you, he's in my face. And I was like, "I don't know why you came over here, nigga. What's going on?" Because now I'm like, I'm remember he didn't know my tea at the time. So I'm like, "Oh, now I gotta tell you my tea because we don't know." It's a bunch of shit that's not true in this scenario. So we sit down and we talk to. I sit down. I see him. I tell Mario, "Bitch, I'll call you back. Let me and him talk." Blah blah blah. So Mario's like, keep me on the phone. I want to hear what you say." And da da da. So now Mario is evil. Mario is evil because now the boy is over my house by himself. And ooh, they could mess around. They could fall in love. Oh, he was giving very, because he kept calling back and he was giving very what's her name from Coming to America, the sister Patrice. She always get the good ones. Why does she always get the good ones? He was very giving that energy the whole time. So, which was a key motherfucking key. When you first was telling everything that Maya was saying, I thought it was a lie, but that was like, oh, I guess I was wrong. Child. So it was a lie, child. And so I tell him, I'm sitting down and I get to talking to him, and he's over there looking fine and delicious, and it's colder at this time, so he got his jacket on, and I'm talking to him, and I end up telling him my tea, and he was like, "Man, y'all was really playing a game. Y'all was really playing games. This whole situation was a fucking game." And I was like, "It wasn't a game, but nigga, at the end of the day, you can go on about your business. For real, for real. I didn't ask you to come over here." Honey, I didn't ask you to come over here. You go about your business. It ain't that much. First of all, I already am in love with other people. You, nigga, it ain't really, my brain is just now calculating that you ain't Mario man. So I'm like, oh, that was a lie. So part of me, I don't really need to have you. You know what I'm saying? In my brain, I don't need to have you. So it's not like I'm lusting after you. And so we end up sitting there talking about stuff and just talking. Like he ended up getting comfortable. I ended up getting comfortable. We talking, da da da. We don't have each other. It starts to be a moment of us talking about um transness. You know how when you tell a boy T and we get to talking about trans shit. So he gets to chill. He's chilling at my house. He chills at my house for probably like 6 hours. Probably like not six, probably like 4 hours. Like he chills at my house like 4 hours. Next thing we know, Mario done rode the bus over to my house. Now, Mario's peeking into the windows to see if he's still in my apartment. We do not have each other. We are now. He is shirtless. He has taken off his jacket and he is shirtless because he is fine. Now, mind you, he's fine. So it's not that I wouldn't have him, but I don't know why I didn't have him. It just wasn't in my spirit to have him. At this time in my life, I'm still in my younger years. So I also wasn't sexually active like that. So I lost my virginity at 16 and I didn't have sex again until I was 18. So during this time I had only had sex one time. Willpower from the love beneath situation. Willpower. So and he had a nice piece. So I was like, I don't know if I want to do all of that. So in my brain, I'm like, I don't really want to even play with this. Like this is a whole thing. Like I'm kind of scared of the dick in that kind of situation. And it just was a whole situation. Now he fine. I might gobble it up, but then he might want more. And it just was a whole situation. It was a whole situation where I just did not want to have this boy. He was sexy. We having some affectionate moments, but we don't have. So anyway, and I'm liking him in another kind of way, like oh, I like how he talking. Like we talking about normal shit. Like we sitting watching this movie, and it's just a whole little it's just a vibe that I hadn't experienced at this moment. And so I like it. He chill. He ain't ready to go home. Blah 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 blah. And so, next thing I know, I hear a knock on the window. It's Mario. Mario come in. He's shirtless. I'm not. I got my clothes on, but Mario comes in and he's trying to cock block and like, oh, Mr. Da 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 da. And I was like, you caught the bus all the way over here. What was you doing? What you thought you was doing? Like you thought you was fucking cock blocking. If I was to have him, I would have been had him. We didn't have, but I would have been had him. What do you think? What is you doing? Like I really didn't understand what Mario was doing. And so but he basically came over because he knew, because I've never been a girl who like was like a hater. Like I've never been a girl who was like, ooh, if I have a boy, you can't have him. Especially like a nigga like this. Like I wouldn't want to share Eric. I wouldn't want to share Gerald. But niggas that we just meet off the chat line, niggas we meet on the street, baby, we can have them together. I've always been that girl. That's never been I've never been the girl like, ooh, if I have them, you can't have them. It's just never been like that with just regular like street niggas. It's just never been a thing for me. So Mario knows that if I do have him and he comes over, I'm gonna let him have him. Like it's gonna be like, ooh. So he wanted to try to come in like, oh, let me get in. Cause he thirsty, low self-esteem fish. So when he come in, he think that we already had. And I was like, no, we didn't actually have. We didn't have. And he was like, yeah, right, bitch. I know you gobbled that big old dick up. Yeah, right. And I was like, I did not. I actually didn't. Yes, it's nice. He fine. But it was something in me that just didn't want that situation. Not didn't want. I don't know, y'all. I don't know why we didn't have. We just didn't. We didn't have. So it was literally like a really affectionate cuddle moment. It was a really affectionate cuddle, affectionate, laying on his chest, and we're stretched out on the couch because he's shirtless, and we just haven't into. It was a moment that sex would have ruined. That's what it felt like. So it's not like I'm sitting on the couch and he's sitting there and nothing happens. We are talking. We're talking about shit that don't got nothing to do with sex. He's being affectionate. I'm being affectionate to him. I'm laying on his chest. We having a romantic moment that sex would have ruined. That's why it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like it should have been any kind of sex. It felt like, ooh, this might be my man. What's going on? Let me not ruin it by being a whore. That's what I kind of felt like. So, but I think I felt like that because two things. Because the dream that now, mind you, I'm a Pisces. I be wanting my dreams to become reality. So Mario giving this scenario where they fall in love, it's like, oh my God, da, 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 da. But then it's not true. None of that is true. But I have the emotional connection to it. But also, 3 months later, you come knock on my window. And we haven't talked to each other at all since then. And so you live for me so much that you just pop up at my house. In my teens, I'm like, that girl, you live for me. You've been lusting after me for this long. I live for that. That's a boost of the self-esteem. Sickening. So it was one of those moments where I'm feeling like, ooh, I love this. She's a romantic. Exactly. And so I'm like, oh, you come knock on the window by yourself and I'm here. It just was a moment. And so it did turn into a romantic moment, but we did not have. So Mario comes, he thinks that we did have. And so he's trying to ask some questions. Come on, Dawson Creek. No, I don't like the white show. He's trying to ask some questions about, I know y'all had, just being a fucking hater, for real, being a hater. Why are you acting like this? And so Mario thinks that I am punishing him for lying. Like, why are you acting funny about this piece of trade? And this is nothing but pure jealousy. That's what it is. It's nothing but pure jealousy. This is one of the moments that I'm like, Mario, I think that you hate me secretly. You really do. I think that this is the frenemy side of you that would reveal itself later on, but this is weird. Super, super weird. It was a wiping out the fog. We're going to see him for me. Yes, it was so cute. It was so romantic. It was so cute. So me and him don't do anything. We do exchange numbers, and he does call me a lot. He would call me, and it was what it was. But I also felt, I don't know, Mario made me feel weird about him, and it just was a bunch of weird emotions in the scenario. It's just a bunch of weird emotions in the scenario. So but we would still talk periodically. So fast forward to, when was this? Couple of years. So I end up having to leave Indianapolis because I get fired from rallies because my tea got outed. And so they fired me. I couldn't find another job. And so I had a savings, but my savings ended up running out and I couldn't keep my apartment. And so, oh, Deja, you remember that fucking Dalmatian coat that I fucking had? That was one of my favorite coats in my whole life. Oh, fuck. That fucking, it was like, it wasn't, I don't know what the fuck it was. It was like it was Dalmatian, but it wasn't just white. It was like like cream. It was so fucking fire. Do you remember that coat? Oh, now I'm thinking about when I lose my apartment, I lost all my stuff. It was such a devastating time. I don't know if y'all ever been in a situation where y'all had to leave all of y'all stuff. Because y'all couldn't pack it up. Y'all don't have nowhere to go. You don't have no money for no fucking movers. It just was like, oh, I lost my stuff. And I had to move. But this also the beautiful time. I was graduating high school and I was this is the time with me and Eric. When Eric's mom asked me was I fucking her son. This is that time where she let me move in with her when I had lost my apartment. There's also the time when Eric was coming to pick me up with some of his football buddies, and we were all going to take our SATs together, which was super, super romantic because he was looking out for me because I didn't have nobody to take my SATs. And they would come to my house and we would study together. And it just was a good ass time. And he was hustling and he helped me pay my light bill. So it made me, because I'm an acts of service kind of girl. So him helping me pay my light bill made me feel romantic and special because my man was helping me pay my bills. It was just a beautiful time in this time. Yes, I do. The sweet beginnings of your personal style story. Isn't that fucking jacket was my tea? Oh, that jacket was my tea. That was my prized possession at that time. Oh God, I love that fucking jacket. Oh, oh, I miss it. Because it was vintage. It was vintage and it was in good fucking condition, tailored, and it was so good. I don't know, where did I find that at? Did I find that in Broad Ripple? I think I found it in Broad Ripple at that vintage shop up there at Artsy Fartsy, I think. It was so good. Anyway, so I end up leaving Indianapolis and going to Mississippi because my mom was in Mississippi. Y'all know that whole story. So end up going to Mississippi. Anyway, I went to Jackson State. Y'all know all that part. So I'm skipping some years, some time. So that was like 99. Yeah, I left Indianapolis in 99, August of 99. Because I graduated, did the Sue and the high school shit in May and June. Did it that in May of 99. Graduated early June 99. And then by August, I was moving to Mississippi. And RC Farsi still around. I don't know if it's still around. I haven't went and looked. I haven't been in the Broad area. I don't know. I know Corner Wine Bar that I used to work at is not there no more. They closed that down. Ugh. I wish I had their recipe to make that cheese fondant shit. Oh, that was so good. Anyway, so fast forward to 2021. Because I'm about to bring it all together. We've been on here. Why I tell all these stories separately. So fast forward to I told this story at one point, but I wanted to give y'all the backstory to this one. Um, so I come back. So at this point, I'm in college, and I would come back to Indianapolis for the holidays. So I would either stay with my Aunt Joe, I would either stay with or my grandmother, depending on her situation. At this time, my grandmother was going through cancer, breast cancer, and so we were in a good place. She was using my affirmed name. She uses she and her because I was coming and helping her out, and because she didn't really have anybody to help her out because she don't have no fucking friends. And so I was helping her go to the grocery store. It was a whole situation where she told me that this young guy would help her too when I wasn't around. And I was like, oh, I need to meet him so I can thank him for helping my grandmother out. And honey, I'm in there asleep in her house, and she comes in the room. My grandmother comes in the room and says, "Hey, get dressed. I want you to introduce you to my friend that I told you about, that the young boy that be helping me." Baby, I come out that room. Why is it one of my bullies in high school named Brandon Burke? Like one of my main bullies. He used to bully me and Mario. And I come out, now mind you, I done advanced, so I look sickening. And so I come out, he don't even recognize me. He don't even recognize me. I was like, so when I come out, I come out the door and I was like, I know this ain't the one you talking about, to my grandmother. She was like, yeah. I was like, not Brandon Burke. And he looks at me like, how you know who I am? Because how my grandmother has introduced me was, this is my granddaughter who has came back from college. Do you see what I'm saying? So he's thinking that I wouldn't know him, and I'm the granddaughter. She's thinking that I wouldn't know him, and he's just the granddaughter that's coming back from college. So when I come out the room, I'm looking cute because I'm meeting somebody new. So I'm thinking that could probably be somebody cute. Baby, honey, I look out, it's fucking Brandon Burke. And I tell him, he was like, how you know who I am? I was like, oh, you know me very well. I went to high school with you. And he was like, where? I was like, Arlington. And he was like, I don't remember you at Arlington. I said, yes, you do. You was my bully. And I said, I'm dead name. And he was like, what? And I was like, motherfucker. How the fuck you know my grandmother? And they go through the whole story, and he was like, oh man, I apologize. I'm grown now. I was a kid. I'm grown now. That was me being childish. I apologize. I apologize. Yeah, okay, honey. Anyway, I'm about to get up out of here. And I leave the house because, girl, you was tired of like, I wanted to be. He was the person that when I would want to try to fight his ass, he would say dumb shit like, I don't fight girls. Some shit like that. Faggot. Punk ass bitch. Anyway, so I would come home when shit was popping, like when the holidays was popping. So I come home and the girls say, God damn, we gonna be on here all night. There's another part of the story that I need to tell. All right, back up, back up. Because I can't tell you. There's a person that I didn't talk about. There's a person that I didn't talk about. So there was another girl who was maybe like 3 years older than us. But she was cool, but she was kind of bricky. If I'm to be honest. Not as bricky as Christine, but she was how do I do I describe her? She wasn't ugly at all. She wasn't ugly. She was cute, but compared to the other girls, it just wasn't. It just wasn't. She ain't gonna be nobody I'm gonna brag about. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, she ain't ugly at all, but she just regular. Like she just real regular. She not ugly, but yeah, she's not ugly at all. Just compared to the other girl, she just wasn't nothing to me. Compared to the other girl, she just was real regular. So there was, to me, there was nothing that would stand out. When I think about the other girls, there was nothing that would stand out. So like Ty was the shortest of all of us. Ty like 5'4". She, out of all of us, she had the most sickening body because she had a big ass booty, and because she was so short with a big booty, that looked real fishy. Do you see what I'm saying? She was slim, so she could do short hair. She could get through because she was short. Um, so that's what made her stand out. She was a chocolate Caribbean looking girl. She just was. That's what made her sickening. She was short and little with a big ass booty and can tip through, get through. So that made her stand out. Bella had fashions. I was me. Zori had Zori. Zori was cute too. Zori had a little bit of fashion too. I don't want to take that away from her too. She had a little bit of fashion too. Stacia was classy, but she was a little bit older than us. But every one of the girls has something that stood out about us that made us special. I was the light skinned one. I was the lightest one. And there was another light girl, Danielle, but Danielle, I don't know. Danielle, she kind of seemed like just a butch queen. Danielle was kind of Danielle was the typical biracial girl. She had pretty color eyes. She had what color Danielle eye was. And Danielle would come and go. She would be in and out. She wouldn't be consistent. So, and Danielle had she was that kind of that long hair. She was a biracial girl. She kind of had a big nose. Would you say she was fish? Bluish gray. So think about biracial girl. Bluish gray eyes, long, wavy, her own long, wavy hair. But her mug wasn't that sickening. Her mug was like, I don't know how to describe Danielle. Danielle, she was pretty, but she was boyish too. There was a boyish. First of all, she was tall and boxy shoulders and no hips. So her eyes made her pretty. Yes, her eyes made her pretty. Her eyes were pretty, and she had long, pretty hair. Her hair was long, her own hair. Didn't know if she wanted to be a girl or a gay porn star. Yeah, we don't really know. So it's hard to put her in the girl category because she would be. Sometimes she'll be looking like a butch queen. Sometimes she'll be looking like. She looks like MJ Rodriguez with pretty eyes and taller. Is that a good description? That's kind of what she gives. Pretty drags. That's kind of what she gives. Like she gives first season MJ, first season MJ with pretty eyes, pretty blue is great. No, that's T. Yeah, that's what she gives. So a bit strong in the face. Yes. Think MJ Rodriguez first season of Hoes, but with bluish, grayish eyes and more. She kind of looked biracial too, but she looked more Dominican. But think more pale biracial looking. with her own long. Her hair is sickening. Her hair is sickening and lighter. Yeah, she's lighter, more pale, blue, biracial, real biracial looking. Anyway, there was no other light-skinned girl that was in the scene like me. And so you have the 5'4" chocolate goddess that Ty was. You have me. I'm giving Kimora Lee. Bad bitch. You have Bella. I'm the tallest out of all the girls. Bella, she's like 5'8". Ain't she like 5'8"? 5'8", 5'7". Somewhere. She not super tall either. Bella fashions, and she had a cute mug. It just was a there was something about all the girls that made them stand out. Something about all the girls. So this particular girl, it was nothing about her that stood out. And I don't want to say her name because it might be kind of weird. But I was her name. Her name is Daytoria. So she was just regular. She wasn't ugly. She was slim. She wasn't super tall. She just was regular. It was just the rest of the girl just had something about them that made them pop. She just didn't. So she had an apartment at this time, and she lived in these bangy ass apartment called the Meadows. And so we would go hang out with her at her house. So I had an apartment, she had an apartment. She's like 3-4 years older than us. She's younger than Stacia, but older than us. Victoria is a pretty name. Okay, be a plain Jane. That's how you can also get through. No, not a plain Jane, not a get through plain Jane. She ain't passable. She just ain't ugly. She ain't ugly and she ain't super hard. She ain't ugly and she ain't super hard. It's not like she's common. Yeah, just regular. Just think of, it's not super hard like, oh my God, that's a man. It's not like that, but it ain't passable either. It's regular, man. It's just real regular. It's nothing stand out. Very basic. I can't even think about anybody that look like her. It's not. Yeah, she real average. Anyway, and it's an average in a way that's like it doesn't stand out. Doesn't stand out. So, a unique thing about her is that she got a bunch of fucking brothers and they love her and protective of her and Banji. Hood nigga brothers. Hood nigga brothers. They protective of her and Banji. And so yeah, that's a unique thing about her. Also kind of messy in the sense of these other girls are the it girls, like the Zoris. They're older. They're in her age bracket, either right under them or right older them. Because I think she was older than Zori. And so she would be kind of messy too about. She would be kind of messy about them in regards to saying they could be talking shit about us behind our back to her, and then she'll come and tell us, and then we would say something about them that she would go tell them. It was a lot of that kind of bullshit that she would be messy and doing behind the back because she wanted to be in the in crowd with the it girls, and but she also wanted to be cool with us too, and da 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 da. So trying to think of what else. What other interesting story about her brothers would bust your head? Yeah, she had super hood protective brothers, bunch of them. Trying to think of what story. But they knew we would twirl, so they kept it cute. Yes, that's another element. They knew we wasn't girls that wouldn't put our hands on you. We'll put our hands on you. So you can't do too much with us because we'll come see you. So it was kept real cute. Um, and these girls wasn't those girls. We were more hood in that way, where we'll fight you. All her brothers are gone now. Yeah, they passed away because they was hood and ghetto, getting killed. Um, so I'm trying to think of an interesting story to describe Datoria. Okay, I'm gonna tell this story. So I just described how Datoria is messy. She loves playing the field. She loved to play both sides, and she's that kind of girl where you snaky, very snaky, two-faced, that kind of stuff. She's that girl. But she also cool. She cool, so you just gotta watch her. And so one time I told y'all about the bougie girl, Stacia, the pretty girl with the pretty smile and the chocolate skin. Her. Let's go back to her. So remember, I told you she was mean. She was a mean girl. Um, so she was one of the it girls because she was on a drag cast at the premiere drag show at the time, which was the cabaret, and she was the black girl on cast. Was there any other black girls on cast? Sometimes Zori would be on cast. At this time, Stacia wasn't on cast. Not Stacia. Vanessa was still chasing after the white boys. Vanessa wasn't on cast at this time. I didn't even know Vanessa. She was around, but I didn't know her. Caress, yes, Caress was on the cast, but Caress was a butch queen in the daytime, so she wasn't trans. She was just a drag queen. So Stacia was the trans girl on the fucking cast. So lived for her. It was actually a white girl on the cast that we lived for too. That I lived for. I don't know if you lived for her like I did. Um, Vicky St. James. Vicky was the fish to me, the fishiest one. Other than the black girls, she was the girl. She was sickening. Vicky. So yes. So when you come in the club, it's the pictures of the cast. That was like the pictures of them. Like each drag queen is on their picture is on the wall, and whoever is off the cast on the cast, they would take the picture down. You get what I'm saying? Whatever. So you would know who the cast was by the pictures on the wall, and they weren't they all black and white? Did they end up changing the colors, or were they all black and white? I can't remember. I think they were all black and white. So there was Stacia had a picture up there that Vicky is spicy white. Yeah. She like black boys. Vicky is that girl. Um had a black husband who had kids that she took care of and loved them like they were hers. So she was living, a fish life, a stepmom life. They were all black and white. So yeah, they were all black and white. And so the pictures. And they end up switching Stacia's out. So there was a picture where she had the her head wrapped in like a turban thing, like a towel or something. Was it a towel? That first one? I think it was a towel. Anyway, the first picture I lived for, she looked fit, she looked sickening. They replaced the picture, and I think she had red hair. And it was like a short red wig or something. I think her picture was either a color like Norma Desmond. Yes, but her next picture either was a bob or a short red wig. I can't remember, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So I didn't like it. Whatever the picture, the new picture that they switched it to from the new picture, from the old picture, I didn't like it. She either had a short red auntie 27-piece looking wig on that I didn't fucking like, or because I don't remember it being the bob, the China bang with the long. I can't remember what it was, but I know I didn't like the picture compared to the old picture. I didn't like it. And so there was this boy named James, Butch Queen. James, while I'm at the bar, it was the only one color. It was short shag wig. Yes, I hated that wig. So yes, and yes, I do remember hers being in color because it was an orange wig. It was like an orangey. It was like this, but like a copper orange. And I didn't like it. It was short. It made her look manly to me. I didn't like it. And Stacia, I just showed y'all, she's gorgeous. So I always thought she was gorgeous. So her coming from that picture to do this fucking short copper wig, I didn't like it. I didn't like what was going on. If you're watching, make sure you thumbs up. So I didn't like it. Now, I'm not reading it. Like I actually had never thought about it, but James comes up to me at the bar and James says, has it disconnected? Because I just saw I got a weird little notification. Y'all still can hear me? And so James comes up to the bar, younger book tween, similar age, but a little bit younger. Um, um, and James says, so, all right, great. Mind y'all, these are like portraits, big and heavy frame. So they are portraits, right? They are big portraits on the wall. So they switched hers out for another one. So James asked me, imagine being at the club and at the bar. James asked me, hey, Diamond, do you like that picture? I say, yeah, I think it's cute. Oh, it's cool. And he says, do you like it better than the old one? I was like, no, I like the old one more than this one because that one kind of, I don't know, it kind of got her face looking kind of hard, but I like the other one because she just looked so snatched and beautiful, like because it was like a towel wrapped in her head, and she just was looking gorgeous, mug snatched, and the other picture was so much better to me, and so I am sharing to James, not reading her. I'm just saying that I like the other picture better. It was a very brief conversation. It wasn't me being, "Oh, she ugly," and da 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 da, because um, I just always thought that she was sickening. She just was. I just, you can't read her about her mug, her smile, her skin. You can't read her about her mug. Her mug was sitting, and so it's just I like the other picture better. So when I tell James that, I don't think anything of it. It's nothing. He asked me about the picture. I tell him about the pictures. So I go back home and everything is all good. Blah 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 blah. I come over to Datoria's house and Datoria says, Datoria, I'm at her apartment, and she's on the phone with Stacia. And apparently James went back and told Stacia that I looked ugly in her new picture. I mean, that she looked ugly in her new picture and they need to take it down. No kind of nuance, just that Diamond thinks your picture is ugly and they need to take that picture down. Being a messy ass butch queen. So she calls me on the phone. When she hears that I'm over at Datoria's house. She called Datoria's house and she says something about whatever, some kind of threat, some kind of like, I don't know if it was a threat, but I took it as a threat, child. And I was like, sweetie, first of all, because I'm the type of person that if I do something wrong, actually give you a little bit of grace. If there's some kind of communication confusion, there's a little bit of grace that I'll give you. And so I'll try to explain myself. But if you keep making it seem like, because one of the things about me, I don't like for you to try to get some cool points off of me. Like if you trying to make people seem like you punking me, that's the quickest way for to get me to fight you. Like you can't, if you want to talk, we can talk. But if you get to making it seem like you punking me in front of everybody, even if I'm wrong, I'll skip. I'll skip from that to, oh, you trying to get some points. You ain't gonna get no points off of me. You ain't gonna get no street cred off of me, motherfucker. Because we can fight. Like you gonna earn it. If you ain't gonna ever get no points off of you scaring me or you thinking like you punking me in front of everybody. No, because you gonna have to earn them with some hands. Show me you gonna earn these points. I don't like the feeling of somebody trying to punk me and little girl me or little boy me, whatever you trying to do. Don't try to or embarrass me in front of somebody. I don't like none of that shit. That's the quickest way to get your ass beat. So she on the phone trying to punk me or whatever, like trying to threaten me and like, bitch. I was like, oh well, if that now that I done explained it to you that he's being that butch queen is being messy, and you still trying to get points. Oh, okay, cool. Well, when we get on the beat, show me what you got, then, bitch. Show me what you got because you've been mean to me since my early teenage years. So I want to get some of you anyway. So let's go. Great, perfect. You've been mean since I was younger. Now I'm grown now, so now cool. Let's go. Back in the day, I used to live for you because you was an older trans woman, and I da 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 da. Now I'm 21. I'm at the age you were when I met you. So now that whole glamour of you is gone. So I will beat your ass. Like it's let's go. So when you see me on the beat, bitch, do what you need to do. Show me what you talking about on this phone. On this phone. Boom. And then Datoria calls James. And calls James on the phone while Stacia's on the phone. And asks James why he tell a lie. And so James gets on the phone and says, hey, well, she said she didn't like the picture. And Stacia's like, nah, nigga, you was making it seem like she said blah, 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 blah. You was making it seem like it was more than what it was. And I was like, at this point, I'm already pissed off. Now I want to fight. So it ain't no really talking me out of wanting to beat your ass. Do you see what I'm saying? So it ain't really, now I want to twirl because somebody getting twirled. Just know that. That's what it is. So once we get him on the phone, we realize that James was basically being messy and lying. So now Stacia is apologizing and but still trying to save face because I've already threatened. Remember, I've already said, well, on the beat, bitch, show me what you got then. This weekend, we'll show to either come up here, either come up here or blah, blah, blah. But cool. I already want to fight. So she trying to save face, but not try to save the violence too. So she trying to, okay, now that we got to the bottom of it, nah, bitch, keep that tone that you had before. But Datoria, get off the phone with her and call James back and tell him to come up here. Come over, call him, tell her to call him and tell him to come to your house because I'm bopping him. Just for being messy, I'm bopping him. So she calls him and I tell him on the phone, bring your ass over here because I'm bopping you. Come on over here. And he was like, oh, Miss Diamond girl, ain't nobody gonna put their hands on me. Blah, blah, blah. All on the phone. And so Datoria tell him to come over. And he does come over. Soon as he comes over, and they tell me his car is out there, I go out to the car and knock on the window. Get out the car. Get out the car. Nigga, get out the car. He don't get out the car. Get out the car. I'm banging on the wall, banging on the window. He raised the window down a little bit, not enough for me to get I can't get in it, but it's just enough for him. He was like, "What are you talking about? You making a big deal about this, and this ain't nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing to me, and blah, 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 blah. You making it seem this is ghetto." Now all of a sudden he classy, butch queen, and I'm the ghetto girl who want to fight. You supposed to be a woman, and da 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 da. This is not how real women act, and blah, 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 all this fucking bullshit. I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying get out the car. Get out the car. You think you gonna do something to me? So he got bold and rolled the window down, like halfway. So now I can get my whole hand in there. Boom! Bash him in his face. He's like, oh, gag, because I done bashed him. Get out the fucking car, bitch. Boom, 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 boom. He tried to pull off and push the car, roll the car in front, and then try to reverse and hit me. Try to reverse and run me over, but I'm so close to the car that I can just move. And you know what I'm saying? He can't get close to me to run me over. So, but as soon as I get by that fucking window, boom, I'm bashing him again. Wear him out. So boom, boom, boom. Now I got him by his shirt, punching him. Boom, 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 boom. He tried to zoom off, but I have to let him go because I don't want my hand to get caught in the thing. So I get like 7 licks in, bashing him. Blah, 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 and he pulls out the out the apartment complex. He rolls off. So everybody is calling and telling people Diamond done beat up James. Diamond done beat up James. Diamond done beat up James. And I'm saying, I can't wait till we get to the beat. So the girls who was wanting to twirl, they can get some too, since they feeling tough and spicy. My intention is talking about Stacia. Since they feeling tough and spicy, we gonna be downtown. The girls is gonna be there. Let's see what is go down. So when we get downtown, I wish I could find that picture. There's a pictures of us all downtown. Remember I told y'all early. So Datoria is cackling. Remember that Datoria is the one that told him to come over, and is convincing him to come over just to be messy to see the fight. So this is how Datoria work. She just want to be a part of the mess. She's not in it, but she want to create the tea. So that's how Datoria is. So I wanted to get that. I'm telling this story because I'm giving you the talk about Datoria, so you can know how Datoria is in this situation. So when I go down to the beat, remember I told you there was an overlap of church queens and butch queens, and at the club queens, all gay men, or trans women, but there some people overlap church and da da da. One of the people that overlapped church, I told y'all, was Daryl Phillips, that went to the gay church. At this point in Daryl Phillips in our life, Daryl Phillips is I don't know if y'all have ever if you've been around HIV or AIDS victims a long time, one of the things that can happen with people once they are immune compromised, this is before the time of medication. Usually this doesn't happen, but before, remember, this is the 90s. And so one of the things that could happen to people is that their lymph nodes become infected and they will swell up. So let me see if I can find a picture to show it. Lymph node swelling up from infection. Yes. So, yep. All right, so this is the anatomy books version of it. So when your lymph nodes, they're right under your neck. Well, you got lymph nodes all over your body, but the ones that are right, there are some that's like right over your neck. Me watching this with multiple lymph nodes swelling in my neck and face. I have an autoimmune condition though. Yes. So this stuff right here, all in that's it's all these are all over your body. But when you have an immune deficiency, sometimes they can get infected and it just swells up like this. And so that's how it looks there. But then when you get into a real picture, they can look like this. So that's a real picture. And so during this time in his life, honey, he's about to go out the party. So we have slowly seen him kind of start to deteriorate. And so he's looking more gray. Them lymph nodes are swelling up. So like this, but his got like really big on both sides. So it made his face like the whole structure of his face. He used to wear a bob to try to cover them. Yes. It made the whole structure of his neck and his face just look like juggernaut. Like it was like this. Imagine, you know how like look at my neck. So you know there's a difference between my head, like it comes into the neck and then goes into the traps. You see what I'm saying? Like it imagine the line between all of this is one. Like it's no definition of a neck. It's swollen so big that it looks like the extension of your head. Like it just looks, this is all just big and meaty. And so it looks like it's like a deformity, like you got Turner syndrome, except you don't got Turner syndrome. Y'all know what Turner syndrome is? Um, this is the 90s. I don't know what was going on with him, but sometimes the medication won't do nothing. So Turner syndrome is yeah, here go Turner. This is a little girl with Turner syndrome. You see how her neck goes down into her traps like it's just no definition there. He was very thin, so it was really noticeable, right? So imagine somebody being like emaciated, skeletor, skeleton, but they had their neck was swollen and looked like that. And so and remember this is the 90s, so that they were fucking pounding us with fucking AIDS. Like, honey, the gays are getting the AIDS. Come on. I'm trying to make it work. Okay. Um, and so the gays is getting the AIDS. Um, and so, and I think what was going on, it's kind of getting sad. It was sad, man. Because I remember I told y'all this church that he used to go to, it was considered the gay church. And I talked about this before, but we would just being young and ignorant and talking about it, the euphemism for AIDS would be we would call it standing in the prayer line. So if not the joke, but if somebody we knew somebody was sick, instead of we saying they got AIDS or they got HIV, we would say, oh, they're standing in their prayer line. The reason why that became a thing, the euphemism in our city, is because at that gay church, it was slang. Yeah, at that gay church, what they would do, they would ask everybody, how some churches they do like a prayer box, and pray for sister Vermagene, she's going through her kidney dialysis, the prayer box. So what we would do at Universal, they would you would stand in a prayer line and you would come up to the podium and you would say what you're praying about. And every time that it was a gay person that had AIDS, they would go up there and they would look sick, and they would be lined up. Remember, this was the gay church. It wasn't the gay church, but it was a church that the gays were comfortable enough to go to. And so they would be in line looking sick and standing, and it was to be the prayer line. So it was like, oh girl, he's standing in the prayer line. And so at one point, before Daryl got sick looking, he was in the line. He was saying, they wouldn't, and this is the nuance of it is, um, they wouldn't say they had AIDS. They wouldn't say we got HIV. They would say, can y'all please pray for me? I know the Lord is a healer. They would never say they got AIDS. They would never say anything like that because the stigma. So they wouldn't say it, but they would be talking around it, but we could see it. And so I remember when he first did it, and he was losing weight, but it wasn't bad. He was always slim, but this was he just was losing weight at this point. But at this time that I'm talking about, he looks skeleton, but this is swole. Like this neck shit is swole. So we know something's wrong. And then because of what's happening in around the country and with AIDS and that shit like that, they're telling us shit to look for too. So we know that the lymph nodes mean that that's one of, it's kind of like the lesions. This had to be traumatizing to the entire community to witness. Yes, it was, but nobody talked about it like that. Whispered about it, talked about it, behind, not in his face, but behind his back, and talked about it, and not talked about it like being mean. Like we're talking to, actually, even behind his back, we're talking about it with a little bit of care. Like, damn, we know what's going on, but none of us, we know we all are vulnerable to this. So we never, shit, bitch, it could be you next week. You get what I'm saying? Like, we done seen people pass with this. And so it's not something it wouldn't be, we're pointing the finger in that regards. It just would be like, damn, did you see his neck? Damn. Like, oh my God, look how skinny he done got. So it would be whispers. It wouldn't be just talked about the trauma. So we go down. So now I'm like the twirl, let's go down to the beat. So where is that fucking picture? I wish I could show y'all the picture. Let me see if I can find it. Because it's one of the last pictures of Daryl. I don't know who posted that old picture where I was in the leopard print tie, the leopard print tube dress, and Daryl was in the stockings, the Pippi Long stockings with the bob. Because like Ty said, he would wear a bob. Now, mind you, this is a church queen. He would never be seen in this kind of gay shit. Like, he was remember, he was like the bridge between the church queens and the club queens. So he would never be in girl clothes. So for him to be at the end of his life dressing in stockings and bobs, this is not like him. So he's like, he's also going through the phase of fuck it, I'm about to die, so I'm gonna do what I want to do. So I'm gonna wear makeup, I'm gonna wear lipstick, I'm gonna wear not trying to be a girl, but just doing these kind of off the wild fashion things. So so eh, the doctors done told me I got only a few time some months to live, child. And so because they can't do nothing else, so they done gave me the cocktails all the cocktails that I can get. They done gave me all the things that I can do, and they saying it's nothing else that they can do. And so now I'm about to go to the club all the time. Remember, I told you gay boys don't really like to be going to the gay club. So he's the type that, oh, maybe Cliff or Keever posted it because Keever's in it and with the short curly wavy. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who can I. Let me see if I can find it while I'm talking about it. Oh no, not Kevin. Let me see. No, I wonder who posted it. It probably was Janelle. It probably was Janelle. Let me look at her see friendship. I don't know who posted that. No, no, no. It was posted before Victoria came out, before she got out of prison. Anyway, back to the story. Um, so I go to the beat already ready to twirl the Stacia. But remember, Stacia ain't no motherfucking twirler. I ain't never seen her fight. She ain't no twirler. She talk a lot of game, but she ain't no twirler. And she kind of classy. So that really ain't her style. And I think she was trying to be tough. And she wasn't about that life. I don't think she wanted me to twirl her. But Daryl is a part of her little clique. Remember that. So because me and Stacia beefing, her whole little clique is trying to beef. Get it? So Daryl is a part of her clique. And who's the other boy? Tati. We exactly what we're going through with Daryl in the 90s, we end up going through with Tati later on in the early 2000s. Same exact thing. Start to get emaciated, start to do drag, start to be trying to be more of a girl. Yeah, we go through this whole thing. So it was Tati and Daryl, so they all on the thing. And so our clique is on this side of the on this side of the beat, they on this side of the beat, and we end up taking this picture that kind of it's funny that it's just this moment. Like it's this moment that is a capsule moment. And so Daryl called himself being I guess being I don't know the what Daryl, but remember Daryl is in the prayer line. And so Daryl say something along the lines of um like instead of Stacia fighting, ain't nobody gonna fight my girl, and like almost like he was gonna do something da 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 da. And I said, Daryl, you know, you know me, and you know I'm not gonna play with you, and you barely holding on to a thread, Miss Thing. You shouldn't be out here trying to fight nobody, first of all, for anybody, because you barely holding on. And me saying that was nice, nasty, but it put it in the air that, sweetie, we all know what's going on with you. I know you're trying to hide it with this bob, and you having a whole lifestyle change. You running around in these Pippi Longstocking stockings. Imagine what's that girl, that little short girl with the little cartoon. Is it on I don't know. She got the bob and the glasses. What's the little it's a little cartoon or something. She like a little short little what is her name? Edna. Yes, he got an Edna bob on, and it is in the summer. Long stockings, black and white horizontal stripe, Pippi long stockings, a jacket, turtleneck. We in the summertime. So because you don't want to show your body because you fucking looking like Skeletor, and you got this fucking juggernaut neck, bitch. You, honey, you holding on to dear life, baby. You don't want no fight. You really don't want to fight, and I don't want to fight you for real, because baby, you ain't about to put me at risk either. So I say all of this because I'm already in twirl mode and you trying to act like you trying to get some cool points. So since nobody want to talk about it, I'm gonna talk about it. Let's, honey, you holding on to a thread, baby. You might want to calm down. So nothing pop off. Nothing pop off because them bitches didn't want nothing. You wasting away. Yeah, them bitches didn't want nothing. So nothing pops off. So that is the story of Daytoria. How all of this stuff, Daytoria messy ass, because she came down to the beat to see if the girls wanted to twirl. So she messy. Got it. All right. So fast. Now we going back. I had to go back to give y'all the story of Daytoria. Now we go back. So I'm visiting. Remember, I told you I'm visiting my grandmother because I'm at Jackson State at this point, and I will come back to Indianapolis because we for the holidays or whatever. So I'm visiting, and the girls say, bitch, why did Daytoria kill Reissi? Remember Reissi, the fish one, and the three girls. Remember the ones that wanted me to choose if they want to be if I want to be their mama. I mean that I be their daughter, Reissi. So they told me Daytoria killed Reissi. I was like, what? Yeah, girl, they start fighting at the club because Daytoria was messing with Reissi's man. And I was like, bitch, she killed each other over a fucking piece of trade. They was like, yes, bitch. Well, really wasn't over a piece of trade. It was over, they fought and Reissi beat up Daytoria and Daytoria went to her car, came back and got the gun and shot her. Because remember, she come from a hood, ghetto ass family. So that's normal for them. Is that the girl that killed the other one over the trade? Yeah, so that's Daytoria. Daytoria killed Reissi. I'm giving y'all all the backstory of my life for these people. so, all right. So that's what happens. Now, mind you, I'm not in the city. I'm hearing about. I'm here. I came back to visit, and I'm hearing about it. I'm like, oh my god, Daytoria killed Reissi. One of the old heads, one of the young girls killed Reissi. I'm like, oh my god. I was hanging out a lot more with Reissi at the time and was at the club that night when it happened. It was traumatic. Everybody said it was traumatic. It was like, oh my god. So they get in a fight in the parking lot, go, and then they shoot her. Why they fight? Fight gonna attract everybody. So she go back to her car and come back and shoot. And kills her. Kills the girl. They get in the fight and kills her. And it was a gag because it's like, bitch, one of the girls killed the girls. You don't really hear that. You hear about, the trade killing the girls or, something like that. But the girls killing the girls? What? This is crazy. What is happening? So So yes. It was crazy. I've never in my life heard that before. One of the girls killing the girls? Yes. It was wild. So fast forward to, because there's more to the story, more connections. Fast forward to, I'm grown now and I live in Indianapolis again. I'm back living in Indianapolis. Victoria was Reese child too. Crazy. So I come back. I cannot for the life of me remember how I reconnected in front of everybody. Yes, killed her in front of everybody at the club, at the most popular gay club of the city. I cannot for the life of me remember how I reconnected with him. But now that I'm older, I reconnect with Troy, the one that looks like D'Angelo, the fine boy, chocolate boy that Mario was lying about. Remember? I can't remember how we met or how we reconnected, but we reconnect. Where did we meet? I know I saw him at your house, Ty, but it was we reconnected before then. Was that our reconnection? No, that was after. I can't remember where we reconnected at. I really can't. I can't remember where I can't, and I don't know why it's losing it, where it's gone out my mind. I don't know. But we reconnected somewhere, and I asked him, I thought y'all seen each other downtown or something. Yes, we probably seen each other. It was a random moment. We saw each other and it was just a random moment where I'm like, oh my God, you. And he started telling me about how I kind of changed his life. And I'm like, what? What you mean I changed his life? He was like, you just opened me up to a whole other life. And I was like, what you mean? And he starts to tell me about how he fell in love with Reese. And he tells me this story about after he met me and we cuddled and did all that stuff. Remember, I told you a story about us cuddling and just having an intimate moment without sex. He was like, months later, he met Reese and they fell in love. He introduced her to his mom. He introduced her to the hood as his girlfriend, and they was a piece. They was an item, and it was a big old thing. And I was like, whoa, how did y'all break up? He said, because I hooked up with Daytoria. I say, hold the fuck on. You the nigga that they were fighting over? He says, yes. Because me and Reese had fell out because we had like got into it. And Daytoria told me that I could come over her house. And me and Daytoria end up hooking up. And when I when I went back to Reese, Daytoria told Reese. And that became their clash, their beef. Bitch, you knew this was my man. Da 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 da. And they got into it over me. But the crazy part is when they got in a fight, I told y'all this is cinematic gold. This will be a sickening story. One of my many, one of my minis. I say when he told me that, I was like, this is fucking crazy, Troy. Troy said, what's crazy is it broke my heart because when she killed her, I was locked up and they wouldn't let me out to go to her funeral. So I'm in the jail while the love of my life has been murdered by a chick I don't give a fuck about. And they won't let me get out and go see her and go to her funeral or nothing. And I don't get out for a long time. Bitch, I was so motherfucking gagged because I knew Troy. I'm the one who met Troy. I'm the first trans girl that Troy ever meets. Reese was such a part of my childhood. And Daytoria was a part of my, teenage and adulthood. So it was just crazy. It was crazy that I knew, and that's why I called this fate and fury, because all of these twists of fate of coming together with me, and then the fury of her killing her. It was like, what the fuck is happening? Like, I cannot believe that I know all of these inner workings of these relationships. And one of the girls killed the girls. And now, fast forward to we super older now, super older. I come and visit Ty. She lives, this is before we moved to Houston. She lives in the same apartments that Daytoria lived in. And I come to visit Ty, and he is hooking up with Ty. He's hooking up with Ty in this moment. So I'm like, one of the girls is in prison doing a 20-year stint for the murder. One of the girls is dead, and you still out here chasing trans women. You are late. Now, I'm not saying that it should stop, but this situation is so late to me. It's so late. One of them is dead and one of them is in prison. And you out here still tranny chasing. And I'm like, we chatted after that. We had talked on the phone and we would email each other, and it was such a gag. Just because we always was able to talk, but I was like, baby, I could never be with you in any kind of capacity. Like, I would never know. Like, that couldn't. I'm so gagged by the scenario that I could never. Like, I'm so gagged that I just could never. And so we never ever hooked up. And because it couldn't lead to any kind of sex because he's a tranny chaser, of course it didn't lead to the relationship stopped. Uh, no, she is not in prison. He was a chill guy. He was attentive and had a great conversation, and the way he treated you. Yeah, he was great. He was cool in regards to how he moved. Yeah, I'm like, babe, it couldn't. She's out of jail now. Um, the crazy part now is that she's out of jail and she is being almost, because we're in this trans renaissance, she's almost being rewarded, not just trans renaissance, prison abolitionist renaissance. So she's coming out of prison, and so now she's like this prison abolitionist spokesperson. But I don't think people remember that she went to prison for killing one of the trans girls. So it's kind of like awkward. It's like, you out here getting praise for going to prison, and you trans, you a ex inmate, but you ex inmate because you killed one of the girls, honey. Girl, and you out here getting awards, girl. That's so late. But It's like, oh, I'm also a prison abolitionist, so I don't feel like you should go to jail anyway. But it's kind of like, oh. So she is out of prison and she's in the community and she's out being a community activist, telling her story about prison. But she killed one of the girls over a piece of trade. Ooh, that she knew was somebody else's man. They don't even talk about Reese anymore. Yeah. Because Reese also wasn't in the community like that. She also was getting older and getting more. Usually trans women get more isolated as they get older, and she was going through that phase. Because when we met her, she was in her 30s, late 30s, late 20s, early 30s, and when she died, she was like in her early 30s. So she was young, and yeah, and so yeah. She killed the girl in 2001 and she got out in 2000. I mean, in '01 and got out in 2001. So she did 20 years. I don't know what her I think her whole bid was 35 years and she did 20 something. Like she did like 21, 22, somewhere around there. Because didn't she get out in 2001 or was it 2022? I don't know. She got out probably because COVID or something, but I think she got 35 years, but she did 20 something, like 21, 22, somewhere around there. So yeah, crazy. So she leaving that part out. People know it. If you in our age bracket, you know it, but I don't think younger people do. I don't think younger people do because remember she was gone for 20 years. So most people when she come out, they young, they don't, and most of the girls who would know the tea don't live there no more. But I'm sure people whisper and talk about it. But yeah. So that's the story. It's like I don't know where Troy is now. He probably back in prison too. I don't know where he's at. But I think he told me he was moving to Ohio, but I haven't talked to him in years. Years, 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 years. Definitely not since I left not since I've been in Texas. So it's been way before. I haven't talked to him since I've been in Texas. She got out a year before we went back to the city to get our awards. A year? I thought she had already been out. I thought she had already been out. So does she even have any remorse? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she got remorse staying in that prison for 20 years. I don't want to say she don't have any remorse, but I haven't really talked to her. Would y'all like me to interview her? We've talked about her coming on the show. We've talked about it because I would love to hear the side of her story because I've never asked her actually. But when I asked her, she was like, "Oh, I want to wait till my book is ready to come out because she wants to make money off the story." And so she told me to wait because I did ask her if she wanted to be interviewed, and we talk about it. But I would want her to be real too. So I need some because I'm gonna be asking some questions like, "Girl, what's your girl?" I wanted to know her social media. Reminds me of the club kid that killed his drug dealer. Mm, yeah, I'll run it back. Last I did ask her. I did ask her because I wanted to talk about prison abolition and I wanted to talk about the story. So I'll run it back to her. She was like, "Oh, I want to wait to my book," but it seemed like she ain't trying to do no book. So I'll see. That's a mess. She said, "No, book is insane. Not her profiting off her death." Well, she wouldn't be profiting off her death. She would be profiting off her story. And I mean, come on, y'all. She was young. She was fucking 20. She was like 24, 25 or 20. Nah, she was like 26. So she was young and she got beat up and her anger, her fury overtook her and she made a bad decision. I don't, she's, and she did 20 years. So it's not like, I do believe in redemption and she is out here doing the work. Like she's out here getting people on rehab, getting people in housing. She's out here doing the nonprofit circles, doing the work. And so I don't want to seem like nothing, like you can't be redeemed at all. I wouldn't want to say that. But I would like to talk to her about where her mindset is about it. I would like to know that. Because when I can't say that I don't be side eyeing. When I do see her be getting these awards, I be like, oh girl. You better be mentioning Reissi. When they say speak her name, bitch, you need to say Reissi every time. I do be side eyeing. I can't say that. I can't say that I don't. I do be like, girl. Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine her not having regrets. I don't see her as a heartless person. I actually see her as a sweet person. She was messy, but I do see her as a sweet person who got beat up in the fit of anger, went and got her gun and shot the girl. Uh, Emotionally unintelligent person did some wild ass crazy shit. I've been in that. I've been in a situation, not over no nigga, but I've been in a situation where I could have been gone to prison for doing some crazy ass shit in anger. So, and I'm pretty sure if I went to jail at that time, which would have been the same age as she went, that I would have regretted it and felt some type of remorse, or even though it wasn't, yeah, yeah. Remember her brothers. That's what she knew to do. Yeah, she come from a hood Banji family. That's what you do. So, but yes, that's the story of how our fates all tied together. I'm trying to find a picture of us because we recently did an event together. Oh, this is the gag. Now, this is the picture. This is the picture of all the girls. So, this is Stacia. This is Zori. They doing drag, so that's why they so painted. But that's Zori. That's Strawbella, and that's Daytoria. Let me see if I can. We did an event recently. Detroit had on my cat shoe that she stole. I'm gagged. I was scared how you were gonna tie it all together. That's how you tie it all together, baby. Mm. There was a picture of us together. I remember I got that in black and red for me and you. For Halloween, weren't they for Halloween? Or was that a different cat suit? Weren't they spiderweb didn't we have spiderweb cat suits that was spiderwebs all over them? They was like lace, but like the lace was like spider webs. Didn't we have like a red and a black of that for Halloween cat suits? Where is we did a picture where we were all on stage together recently. Was it in October? Come on, you look sickening. Yes, we did. And tip to the club naked like that. Period. That girl feeling it. We were sickening that night. We were sickening. It was big. We literally had a picture together. And I'm gagged that yep, here's us all together. Victoria, I think of course with age we get better. So she looks more sickly now to me. She didn't gain the weight and filled out. That's me, Victoria in the pink. And remember I told y'all one of the young butch queens that would come to my house? That's them now transitioned. Decades later. And Miss Chablis. Yeah, we did an event. Victoria Fish, she's fish now. She's sick. She look big. That was a cute moment. I love that picture. Yeah, we was it was I can't remember what the event was for, but it was what was the why is it not twirling? Um oh, it was Marissa Miller's um launch of her documentary. And we did a panel. Yeah. So that's the story of that, y'all. That's the story of the fates and the fury. One of the girls killing the girls. I think I had told a part of the story, but I hadn't told y'all the whole connections of the story. Curious, what was it like for her as a trans woman in prison? I have no idea. I'm sure gonna ask her those questions. If she does an interview with me, I'm pretty sure she will. We've talked about it, but I felt awkward. I did feel like, am I like helping her be in this foolery? Like a part of me was like, do I want to do this and give her shine behind Reese's death? And then once she was like, "Oh, when my book come out," I was like, "Bitch, I ain't promoting no fucking book behind the shit, bitch. I do want to hear your story, bitch. But if you turn it into a thing, bitch, it's gonna be my light. She drove us around when we went back to Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. So, yeah. All right. What y'all want to talk about? We got 15 more minutes. about 15 minutes more. Any questions about the story? I'm trying to think of, did I leave anything out? I might as well show y'all all the people, right? This how Victoria look now. She look cute. She look pretty. She definitely has the Vans. Do you have a picture of Reissi? No, I don't have a picture of Reissi. Reissi is gone. She was too. I was too. I don't have no picture of her. This is Sandra now. The one that was drunk and older, that wanted was the three people who wanted me to be their daughter. This is Sandra now. She didn't look like this back then, but she looks sickly now to me. This is Sandra. Barefoot look. Bare feet. Just always barefoot. Yeah, she look cute. Do you ever go back to Indianapolis and visit Mississippi? I got a Woman of the Year award in Indianapolis a couple of years ago. Because it was the 25-year anniversary of my case in Indianapolis, and so yeah, they gave me a Woman of the Year award there. Loved it. So I went back then. I think that's 2023 or 2024. 2023. So I got that. It was cute. Um, I went back for my nephew's birthday in April. Do you color your hair yourself? Yes, I do. Um, um, who else? Who else did I have in here that I could show y'all? Um, Let me see if I can find James. I already showed y'all Stacia. I showed y'all Victoria. This is James, the boy. This is James, the boy I fought because he was being messy. James look good. James look good. I guess he done got some surgery or something. James look good. He done got some of that face work or something. That kind of them jawline things. This is Jane, the one I fought in the car. Is a chicken plant in Mississippi? Tyler Chicken Plant? Yeah. Tyson Chicken Plant? Christine. Her name is Christine Ridley. Is that it? I mean, Sandra Christine Ridley. She got her friends on private, so I can't see who her friends is. I haven't seen Christine in years. Christine Ridley. Nobody's pulling up. I'm not seeing. What's her name? I don't see it on here. Christine Ridley. Ridley. And I don't see nobody that has mutual friends with me. Go to her page and send me the link to it. If you can. Do you ever go to your high school reunion? No, the one that I wanted to go to, I was super, super broke at the time. And then the 25 year, I think that was the 10 year, I was super, super broke. And then the 25 year or 20 year, I had some money to make. So I could afford to go, but I had an event at the time. It was 2019. So I had an event at the time, so I couldn't do it. What is going on? I can't wait till I can get a new camera. Because the new camera that I did buy, it was giving tired. Have you ever shown Mario? I remember you talking about him before. Mario, yes, I actually have Mario's. I don't think. I think I blocked him on Facebook before he died. But I do have Mario's. We did reconcile when he got sick. We did reconcile, but I didn't. I forgot to re-add him. But I can't see his pictures because I'm not on his friends list. But this is his face. He has it covered up, but this is his face. I can't remember when this was taken. This was 2012. He died in 2014. But let me get I have his obituary on my altar. Did old girl do any time in prison behind that? Yeah, I just said she did 20 years. I have a picture of. Let me go to my altar. Oh. All right, here is Mario. This is his obituary. Can y'all see it? I don't see any. I guess that was the only picture. You know, it's crazy. What was crazy about Miles' funeral? It was so packed. It was packed. Mm. It was so packed. Like it was it was a gag. Like it was like, oh my God, like man, every the city showed out. Like they came because what I didn't realize being gone from the city so long is Mario had become like this like even in the program it says Mario was affectionately known around Indianapolis as an eyelash king, spending 15 years perfecting his craft. Clients also called them. They called him and they came from near and far to get their lashes done by the king. He had got so popular doing lashes, like way popular because I wasn't in the city. I didn't realize how popular he had became. And so when he passed, baby, it was just wild. Mm. But yeah, it's Mario. And he had got so popular. So when we pull up, I'm thinking I knew Mario has a big family, so I knew the family was going to be there, and it was going to be the family. But when I tell you, it was first of all standing room only in the fucking chapel, and it was like cars filling the blocks around the fucking Stewart mortuary. Filling the blocks. Like we could not find a parking spot anywhere near. We had to walk, park way over here and walk. And I just remember, but it was me and my homegirl Tia. I mean, Tia was taking me, and we were just talking hella shit. Just talking shit, talking about trade, talking about life, talking about da 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 da. And we're just talking. She parked the car, and we're sitting in the car, and we're not talking about Mario. We're talking about life and shit. We're talking about funny shit, laughing shit, da 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 da. Da. So boys, normal girly shit. Um, and we just sitting in the car talking, and I say, "Girl, we gonna be sitting out here talking forever. Let me go in. Come on." I open the door. I open the door, and I say, "Girl, Come on, let's go in here. We got to go in here because I'm burying my friend today. And when I say it out my mouth, my whole body just, and I just started bawling. Come on, girl. I'm burying my friend today. And I guess me saying it was the first time that my body had like acknowledged it. And I think I'm talking so much to her to not have to deal with where we're going. Like we're going to the funeral, the wake of my life best friend. I had two friends. It was Ty and, and Mario, who was like long termers. And so I was just like, oh my God, like I just hadn't said it. And I think I was talking just to talk to not acknowledge it, but I have to go in here. And so I just bust out crying. And then remember, I hadn't been back to Indianapolis in a long time. And so the people who knew me through Mario actually hadn't seen me in years, since like high school. So of course my transition had advanced. And when I walk up, when I walk up to the door, I see Popo, and Popo is uh Popo was kind of groundbreaking too. He was one of the church queens, but he was one of the church queens that was like a minister of music. And so he was a choir director, and he was one of them choir directors that, honey, he would be in drag, not drag literally, but very Tone B Slade type of person before his time. Like in the 90s. And so Popo, his name is Napoleon, but we call him Popo. Um Popo would be Popo would be directing the choir in a long fur coat with freeze curls stacked to the fucking moon, directing the choir in the church with a bob. Gay as hell. And so when I walk up, Popo sees me and he was like, "Is that Diamond?" And and when he said that, he was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." And then he started crying. We burying Mario, and it just was so devastating. And then I walk in, and I don't like because of my the experience that I had with my aunt. Y'all know I got my great aunt on my wall. I hate that I have a memory of her in the casket because I wish I wish I wouldn't have went to her casket because I kissed her and it's a dead body, bitch. So I have the memory of the coldness of me kissing her. And I shouldn't have went. I shouldn't have did it because, but I was just, I just was grieving my aunt, and so it didn't look like her in the fucking casket. And just having that memory, I wish I didn't do it. So because I just have the memory of her looking dead and fucking me kissing her. And so I just wish I didn't have that memory. So when I went to Mario's wake, I told myself I'm not coming to the casket because I don't want to have a memory of Mario in the casket. Um, Mario was often dismissive and slightly mean to me, but it saddens me that he went out the way he possibly didn't get to live his life the way he truly wanted, for sure. Um, and so I sat in the back. I did. They had some seats in the back, and I sat in the back, and He had a sister named Lori. He was the youngest of all his siblings. So all his mama was like in her 70s, like almost in her 70s. And so he's the youngest, and he was the one at home with his mom taking care of her because she had dementia. Um, but the other kids, Lori, she was a lesbian, older, brother older. So they was telling all of these fucking stories about Mario when Mario was a kid, and about everybody had some kind of anecdote or some kind of little joke about who we knew who he was gonna be. We knew he was gonna be a gay boy or fruity or they always making these kind of like jokes or whatever. And so Ivory, Ivory is his niece, Lori's either I think Lori's daughter. Ivory went to school with me. She went to Arlington with me, but she was like a freshman when I was a junior. Um, and Ivory seen me in the back, and Ivory said, Ivory she pointed me out to Mario's mom, and Mario's mom was like, "Oh no, you are." She of course she dead named me. She was like, you are family. You is one of Mario's best friends. You need to come up here with the family. You don't need to be sitting back there. You need to come up here with the family. Now, mind you, she has dementia, but it's early stages dementia. So she remember who I am. Um, but she kind of, I don't want to say she throwed out, but you know how dementia, the early's not like far dementia where they're like don't know where they're at, but like she's it's the early onslaught of the dementia. She was like, "You family," and she was dead naming me, but you know, it was just an awkward moment just because she is in her 70s, and I didn't want to make it about my transness. Don't dead name me at the funeral, child. But I said no. Um, I'm not sitting. I didn't want to sit up there because I didn't want to sit, but Ivory brought the mic to me, and I was able to say what I was able to say was I knew Mario as Mario. Like I knew Mario not as the little boy. I knew Mario as a grown, self-actualized gay man. And I knew parts of him that other people didn't because he would hide it from them. And so while yeah, these people are saying that they knew he was going to be gay, I, I knew him as himself. I knew everything about him. Everything, every intimate moment. I know I was there when Mario first uh, the boy he lost his virginity to, he met through me because he was at the group home with me. The you know what I'm saying? We do everything. And so when I got on the mic, that's what I was sharing with him. I was sharing that side of him, not his sexual side, but just that he was he was more amazing than y'all knew because y'all couldn't get the fullness of him because of how y'all was weird about him being gay, which was the truth. uh, they couldn't treat him bad. Like they were all churchy and didn't fuck with him because he was. Remember, Mario became one of the homo thugs. They gay men, but they don't go to church no more because it became a source of trauma. Once he got older, it became a source of trauma. And he couldn't deal with it no more. So he stopped going. So he became one of them just them hood gay boys where you know they gay because he couldn't hide his gayness. But he's giving you if he just stands still and be quiet, he just look like a hood nigga. But as soon as he get to talking, you know he a gay boy. um and And so he took care of his mother. He took care of his mother because none of all the her older children abandoned her once she got sick, but he was taking care of her. And so because of that, that put him in almost like a position of power over her, over any type of money situation that she had, because she had a nah, she wasn't rich or nothing like that, but um anything that had to do with her, she just had he had the power of it. Was he the eldest? No, he was the youngest. Um and he got to the point where he would read them like, I'm the one who's taking care of mama and y'all not doing nothing. So y'all not about to make me feel bad about being gay, and y'all ain't even taking care of y'all mama. And y'all the straight ones. Why y'all not taking care of y'all mama? Why y'all leaving it up to me? And they used when he was a kid, like when he was a young adult, it was like you live with her. Like not a kid, but like a young adult, early 20s. It was like you live there. You should be paying bills, taking care of yourself. You grown. Da 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 da. Da. But he ended up staying with her not because he couldn't get another place, but because she is older and she would be by herself. If uh, a mother that he loves, she would be by herself. And she was great. She was a great mom until she got dementia, which, you know what I'm saying? She was a great mom. Um, and he was like, she would be alone and unsafe by herself. And I can't leave my mom alone. My mom was a good mom. So I can't leave her alone. Y'all abandoned her, but I'm not going to do that. And so it's not like I can't go out here and get a place of my own while y'all making it seem like I'm living off of her for free when I'm actually her caretaker because y'all have abandoned, y'all don't help me with this shit. And so I remember that part of his life. I remember, I just remember him becoming a man and he's handling his business and making money and doing the lashes and making money doing it. Like this is his small business. And so he started to make his mom's house fancy, redo the furniture, you get what I'm saying, buy her, get her hair done all the time. Um yeah, he started to just look out for her and well not started to, but you get what I'm saying, started to be kind of like provider too. And so I just remember that part of his life, and I was like, and when I was on the mic, I was telling them, not in a disrespectful way, but just telling that I knew a different side of Mario than y'all did because y'all knew him from the little boy, y'all knew him, just as this gay person that y'all kind of that's the black sheep of the family. But y'all missed out on a lot of specialness in him because y'all didn't affirm him like that. But yeah. And then I told the story about us meeting on the bleachers. Everybody in the room laughed. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful moment. I was able to that was my closure for my friend. And I didn't look at the casket, so I don't have any casket memories of Mario. I think I have a little bit when I was in the back of the room, I could a little bit see his face, but just a little bit. Not enough for me to have like a clear vision of it. Um but yeah. Yeah. He was probably the power of our 21st mind. Yes, he was. Could you see him at all from where you were sitting? Yeah, just a little bit. I can see like the top of his forehead and his nose. Just a little bit. I have a little bit of memory of that, but it's blurry. Is his mom still living? You know what? I don't know. I don't really know. I know Ivory is, but I'm not connected to them to know. I'm not connected to them to know. I think I'm connected to her. Yeah, we connected on Facebook, but I don't see anything about her grandmother. Yeah. I can't imagine because she was deteriorating. No, she's still alive. She is still alive. She's still alive. Come on, Miss D, still kicking it. Oh, this family was Banji. Their family was Banji. I'm looking through her pictures. They have like a classic black Banji ass family. Wow. I used to have a super crush on his not he has another nephew that he used to go to school with us too. He was like a year under us. Oh, he was fine. And he was like, he would not let me have him, baby. He said, "You cute, but you a nigga." Yeah, he ain't fooling me. You cute, but I know you a nigga. You my uncle best friend. He's like, I know. Anytime he see me, he was fine, though. Oh, he was fine. Like, I know you over there packing. Well, all right, y'all. Make sure y'all thumbs up. And I will talk to y'all next week. What else? Yeah, that's it. I will chat with y'all.